Chapter 179. In front of the mine, there were 50 to 60 corpses lying on the ground. All of them had gray faces and their eyes were wide open. The experienced miners all turned pale. They took a detour from the mine, and no one dared to go forward. The 15th mine was in a state of panic. Everyone had retreated, and most of them were trembling with fear. Wisps of gray mist were seeping out of the mine. Even though they were far away, they could still feel a sense of pressure. What the hell? Yi Fan was shocked. He knew that such things would occasionally happen in the source mine, but he was still surprised when he experienced it himself. An old man who had been mining here for 8 to 9 years said with worry in his eyes, "I have a feeling that the evil this time is not ordinary." Soon, the cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land arrived. They were led by a few middle-aged men, and the rest were all young disciples. Who was mining in that mine? Are there any survivors? A middle-aged man asked. I was working in the well. A young man walked up, looking very nervous. Anyone else? The middle-aged man asked again. 6 or 7 people walked out, all of them panicking. What did you see? The middle-aged cultivator asked. We didn't see anything. We only heard screams and then we escaped. Where's senior brother Qin? Isn't he patrolling here? The middle-aged man frowned. That old immortal also fell in the mine. What? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Senior brother Qin died? Yes. The origin gatherer was a little nervous. At first, something seemed to have been discovered down there. The old immortal received the report and personally went down to take a look. In the end, something evil happened, and everyone died. Another person added, luckily, we ran away. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived standing in the well. Needless to say, everyone saw that there were 50 to 60 corpses at the well. The middle-aged cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land looked at each other and frowned. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Once the source mine was haunted, it would be extremely dangerous. The well was filled with gray mist. It looked very strange and unsettling. Did they dig out something alive? A middle-aged man said. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. If that was the case, it would be a bad sign. It said that the Jiang family dug up a ghost mine not long ago and dug out a few bloody bones. As a result, many people died. The conversation between the middle-aged cultivators made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. The source mine underground was full of mysteries and unknowns. Let me catch a wisp of gray mist and see what it is. A middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a thumb-sized silver bottle. It turned into a streak of silver light and flew forward. It released a gentle halo of light and began to absorb the gray mist. It turned into a dim light and began to absorb the gray mist. Something astonishing happened. As soon as a wisp of gray mist entered, the silver bottle cracked. It became dim and fell to the ground. This is... The middle-aged man's body shook. A weapon refined by a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace's secret territory couldn't even block a wisp of gray mist. What is it? Everyone was shocked. The middle-aged men all revealed serious expressions. This time, it was a bit unusual, and they didn't have much confidence. After an entire 2 hours, the gray mist finally dispersed and disappeared from the world. Not long after, a chicken was thrown into the mine. It kept chirping, but it didn't die even after a long time. The middle-aged cultivators sighed in relief. It's not as bad as I thought. Looks like it's just some baleful aura, not a ghost mine. Several middle-aged cultivators walked forward, followed by a dozen young disciples. They stood at the mouth of the well, examining each corpse, and then looked down. Carry these corpses away. Find an abandoned mine and bury them, ordered a middle-aged cultivator. All of the source gatherers retreated together. No one was willing to touch those who had mysteriously died. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this, he frowned and said, "The malevolent aura has dissipated, there is no danger." Many of the origin gatherers shuddered in fear. They emptied dozens of corpses and threw them into an abandoned mine, burying them on the spot. The middle-aged cultivators discussed among themselves and prepared to go down the well to take a look. Why don't we let them clear out the corpses first before we go down? a middle-aged cultivator suggested as he swept his gaze over the surrounding origin gatherers. The surrounding people instantly trembled in fear and retreated one after another. What are you afraid of? That chicken is fine, which means it is already safe inside. Are all of you living people less than a chicken? When Yi Fan heard him say this, he really wanted to spit on his face. If he was not afraid, why didn't he go down himself? Why did he want the source gatherers to scout the way first? A young disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land personally went up to choose a person. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was chosen and was forced to go down the well to carry the corpses. It was dark inside the mine, and even the torch could not completely illuminate it. Corpses were scattered all over the ground. Some of the cowardly source gatherers immediately trembled when they saw this scene. In front of them, specks of light could be seen. An source gatherer the size of a human head was glowing and embedded in the ground. An old cultivator in his 50s was lying there. He had been dead for a long time. This is the problem. Yi Fan carefully walked closer. After seeing everything clearly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. There was actually a claw inside that head-sized source gatherer. It was similar to a human palm, but it had a lot of red hair. It was an inch long, and even the palm was no exception. It looked somewhat sinister. This is at least a primordial creature. Yi Fan was shocked. Ghost claw. Monster. The surrounding people all cried out in shock. Yi Fan sent out his divine sense and carefully examined it. His expression changed again. This was originally a huge rock, but it was only revealed after the source gatherers broke it open. There were actually bone patterns in the rock that were connected to this source gatherer. He couldn't help but be shocked. This should be a fossil. Only the palm had been preserved by the source gatherer. It was completely intact, and the other parts had become stone bones. This should be a humanoid creature. No, it actually has bat wings. A humanoid creature with wings was definitely not human. At this point, he could also see why there was a gray fog and why so many people had died. When the source gatherer broke through the huge rock, a corner of the source gatherer was damaged. A bit of the palm's flesh was exposed to the air and shriveled. That was how the gray fog was produced. What kind of terrifying creature is this? Just a bit of flesh exposed to the air and it has such terrifying power. Just a wisp of gray fog was enough to shatter the weapons of the Dao Palace's secret realm cultivators. It's really unimaginable. Yi Fan was shocked. The only fortunate thing was that this source gatherer was very unusual. It was overflowing with color and gathered the essence of heaven and earth on its own. The damaged area had already been sealed by the brilliance. At this time, the cultivators above also flew in. Their spiritual senses were sharp, and they sensed that there was no danger below, so they were no longer afraid. This is a claw with flesh and blood. Several middle-aged cultivators cried out on the spot. A few years ago, we dug up a severed arm. It was also sealed in the source gatherer and sent back to the sacred land. The Grand Supreme Elder once said that if we found such flesh and blood, we should immediately report it. It must be a serious matter. These cultivators carefully cleaned up the rocks and moved the source gatherer and the huge rock to the ground. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land was alarmed. He came in person to carefully observe the palm and the human-shaped mark on the huge rock. Unbelievable! He seemed to be very surprised. What kind of creature is this? Next to him, a young disciple asked carefully. Before ancient times, the Grand Supreme Elder only said 2 words before he suddenly stopped. Obviously, the Grand Supreme Elder was not calm. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Then he waved his sleeve and put away the source gatherer and the huge rock. You guys continue to dig here. Once you find anything, immediately report to me. This is a very important matter, and I will remember you guys. He looked solemn, and then he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why didn't the Grand Supreme Elder tell us in detail? What is that creature? At least it is a creature from before the immemorial age. It seems to be extremely terrifying and powerful. Were humans born at that time? What position did we have? The doubts of the young disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land were also the doubts in Yi Fan's heart. He really wanted to know the answer. Could it be that some secret technique or divine power could be researched from that claw? That is hard to say. If it is a creature that is powerful enough, that palm might really be a priceless treasure. The middle-aged cultivators were also discussing in low voices. I'm afraid that even the important figures of my Yaoguang Holy Land cannot truly understand. In the current world, perhaps only the origin ancient mine has the answer. There are creatures that walked out of the exceptional divine source alive there. Don't say any more. The origin ancient mine is a forbidden land. You cannot speak carelessly in the source mining area. The origin ancient mine was at the center of this area. It was surrounded by the source regions of the great sage's land. No one dared to explore it. It was an ominous place. In the next few days, they dug 7 or 8 abandoned wells, but they didn't even dig up 1 or 2 source gatherers. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He still wanted to fill his own pockets. The other source gatherers rejoiced because no misfortune befell them in the past few days. They didn't dig up any ghost mines. Just when everyone thought that the storm had passed, on the 7th day, a cry of alarm suddenly sounded from a mine. What happened? The Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivators shouted from the surface. During these past few days, they didn't take a single step out of this mining area. They didn't dare act carelessly because of the mission that the Supreme Elder gave them. Bones, I discovered a large amount of bones. The people below were extremely terrified. When the other people in this mining area received the news, they immediately rushed out and began to run into the distance. Source gatherers often face demonic matters. As soon as there was the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately protect themselves. The 15th mining area was in chaos. Yi Fan finally understood why so few source gatherers could live for more than 10 years. Even cultivators couldn't live for long if they were plagued by demonic matters every 2 or 3 days. What is going on? Normally, strange matters don't happen even once a year. Why are they happening so frequently these past few days? The experienced source gatherers all developed a bad premonition. I feel like when that claw was dug up last time, it wasn't the end, but rather just the beginning. This mining area is most likely a ghost mine. A gargantuan monster is about to appear. I also have the same feeling. Something big is definitely going to happen. I heard that the origin ancient mine hasn't been peaceful for the past year. I'm afraid this is a sign of great misfortune. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that these source gatherers should have an instinctive sense after facing such things for a long time. Perhaps their premonitions would come true. There's no need to run. It's just bones. There's no danger. Hurry up and come back. Let's dig this big mine together and see what exactly is going on. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land ordered everyone to return. They gathered all the manpower and began to dig the very deep mine. In order to encourage everyone, they also personally entered the mine and commanded everyone on the spot. However, when they saw everything below with their own eyes, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. Countless bones had turned into fossils. It was difficult to count how many there were. As long as the rocks were broken, there would definitely be a large number of bones inside. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In the end, there were no rocks, only stone bones. This place was simply like a burial pit. Even the cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land felt a chill down their backs. The aura here was very strange. It was getting colder and colder. At this moment, someone cried out in alarm, "Blood is being dug up." In an instant, miserable screams rang out one after another. Over 100 people had died on the spot. Oh my God, a ghost mine. A gargantuan monster. I see it. Oh my God. Both Yi Fan and the cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were terrified. Chapter 180. It was a very large source mine. Thousands of people were digging inside, but it was still very spacious. Terrified screams rang out and traveled very far. The source miners ran toward the exit as if they had gone crazy. There were stone bones everywhere, piled up like rocks. People kept falling down. People were squeezed and trampled on. In the deepest part of the mine, a bloody mist floated. Anyone who touched it screamed and instantly turned into a pool of blood, dying a violent death. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land all took action. They either took out their weapons or used secret techniques to block the cold mist. However, neither the weapons nor the secret techniques could stop the bloody mist. It was very corrosive. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen weapons were melted. Ghost. It has 3 eyes. I see the devil. The source miners ran for their lives. They screamed in extreme fear. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. The premonition of those old source collection elders was most likely coming true. His hands and feet were nimble, and he ran at the very front. In a few breaths, he rushed out of the mine and only stopped when he reached a safe place. Bang! The mine was broken through. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land rushed out. One of them was a middle-aged man. He almost went crazy and screamed in fear. But in the blink of an eye, he turned into a pool of blood and fell down. The mine was in chaos. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere. The people who had escaped were trembling. They crawled and rolled away from the place. It was not until 7 minutes later that everything calmed down. Nearly 1,000 people had gone down to dig the stone bones. In the end, only about 300 people had escaped. The rest had all died inside. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land all looked gloomy. They had just tried to block the bloody mist, but 5 people had died, including a middle-aged man from the Holy Ji Palace. They hurried to report this to their superiors. The ghost mine had appeared. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Soon, a great elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and 7 or 8 famous figures rushed over and asked about the situation in the mine. In the end, no one could explain in detail. They could only say that they saw a ghost that was not moving. All of you, step back, Great Elder Li Yuan of the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted. He pointed his finger like a sword and slashed forward. A beam of light shot out, turned into a huge sword of light, and slashed downwards. The noise was like thunder, dust and sand flying everywhere. That large mine was cut open. It was pitch black and gloomy, looking extremely strange. Grand Elder Li Yuan continued to shake his finger. The light sword that was over 100 feet long continued to descend, cutting open the mine and exposing it to the outside world. All of the earth and rocks were teleported several hundred meters away, and a huge crater appeared there. Many stone bones were extracted by Li Yuan and landed not far away. Yi Fan watched from the side and was shocked. A large number of bones had turned into fossils, and upon closer inspection he discovered that they were not human bones. Even though there were some humanoid creatures, they were still different from humans. Grand Elder Li Yuan kept moving, using his sword to cut open the origin and using spells to pull out all the stone bones. Soon, a mountain of stone bones appeared on the reddish-brown earth. There were at least 10,000 of them. Streams of bloody mist rose, and when Li Yuan's light swords came into contact with it, they emitted a sizzling sound and were actually dissolved. He waved his large sleeve, scattering the bloody mist and sending it into the heavens. Only after a long time had passed did this place calm down. Then he used a secret spell, and green light condensed into a huge hand that reached into the depths of the mine. The earth suddenly trembled. The huge hand grabbed all the earth and rocks in the mine and placed them on the ground. Demon! It's that demon! It was a blood-colored earth and rocks, and there were several source stones in it. They were all as big as wash basins. Such a size was very rare and extremely precious. It could be called a rich mine. What was shocking was that there was something inside each source stone, and it was not pure. The first 2 source stones were sealed with bright red liquid, which was obviously blood. Just now, one of the source stones had broken, and the blood inside had flowed out, which led to the tragedy. Just how powerful is this creature? Its blood turned into a bloody mist, and it could even kill cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. The legendary figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land were all shocked. Grand Elder Li Yuan also frowned. The 3rd source stone was sealed with a crystalline finger. It was very beautiful, as white and tender as a spring onion. Although it was just a broken finger, people could feel that it was extraordinary, and there was a vigorous energy contained in it. The 4th source stone was the most shocking. Sealed inside was half a head. There were fine scales on its face, and there was a vertical eye on its forehead. It had thick black hair, and the head had been split in half. It should be two different creatures. The thin finger and half a head are obviously not from the same body. The legendary figures were all shocked. These 4 source stones are too important. I need to personally escort them back to the Holy Land. Grand Elder Li Yuan's expression was solemn. Although it was not the legendary peerless divine source, there was a creature sealed inside, and its value was immeasurable. They could not be lost. He sealed the 4 source stones and then waved his sleeve, putting them away. Then, he carefully observed the earth and rocks on the ground. Along with the 4 source stones, there were 2 broken stone skeletons. One was thin, and the other was fierce. They were 2 different creatures. Although they were humanoid, they were definitely not human. The thin stone skeleton had 6 arms, and the fierce one had a pair of bone wings. Yi Fan saw it clearly from afar. He was speechless. What kind of powerful creatures were these? Why were they nowhere to be seen? Rumble! Suddenly, the open mine collapsed. Everyone was shocked. The bottom of the mine sank, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It was a mine that looked like a burial pit, but there was a bottomless pit below it. It was not dug by the crowd. It was a deep pit that had been there for a long time, and now it was exposed. A chilling aura soared into the sky, causing everyone to shiver. Grand Elder Li Yuan of the Yaoguang Holy Land could not keep calm anymore. He said, "It seems that this place is not normal." He asked everyone to step back and personally took action. He used his divine consciousness to observe. After a while, he tried his best to use a secret art. Boom! The sky shook and the ground cracked. He used the Yaoguang divine art to make the mine rise. It was a secret art that could move mountains and fill seas. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, and the ground cracked. The mine kept rising. A lot of earth cracked and rocks were thrown into the distance. The Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land used his secret art to make the earth's crust move violently. The big hole under the burial pit was no longer low, and it was floating up slowly. Oh my, what is that? The red ground shook. The gloomy and oppressive aura became heavier and heavier. A cold metallic luster appeared. A huge iron block. As the earth and rocks moved, the big hole was no longer low. It was level with the ground, and everything could be seen. This was not a small project. The ground was paved with hard stones, and it was very flat. The area was several miles wide. There were also huge stone pillars at the edge, reaching into the sky. In the middle of the stone ground, there was a pyramid made of metal. It was more than 100 meters tall, and it was green with a metallic luster. There was no rust at all. Yi Fan was shocked. What was that? The sun, moon, and stars were carved on it, shining brightly. This huge pyramid was made of an unknown metal. It was an object from the immemorial age at the latest, or even earlier. However, time had not worn it down. Li Yuan, the Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, frowned. He waved his sleeve, trying to put the huge pyramid away. However, he was surprised. He tried to move it and found that he could move it. However, the mist was surging and he couldn't put it in his sleeve. Something is wrong. Li Yuan walked closer and used his divine power to scan the pyramid. The sun, moon, and stars on it all lit up. After a flash of light, he went inside. Behind him, the famous figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land were all shocked. They looked worried. Boom! The green pyramid shook, and people felt suffocated. Many mortals fell to the ground. After a while, the sun, moon, and stars on the pyramid shone brightly. Li Yuan rushed out with a pale face. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he staggered backward. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Don't come close! He shouted, and his body was shaking. Yi Fan was shocked. What was so strange about this pyramid that even the Grand Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land had suffered? This place is very important. Seal all information here. I will return to the Holy Land immediately. Don't come close, Li Yuan said solemnly. He then left in a hurry, preparing to cross the void. The 15th mining area had become a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Yi Fan frowned. This place was not good, and he didn't want to stay for long. However, he couldn't leave now. On the fourth day after the Grand Elder Li Yuan left, the Yaoguang Saintess arrived with news that the Divine Lord would arrive soon. Yi Fan's mouth twitched, and he cursed his bad luck. Yaoxi had actually arrived. If she found out, she would definitely skin him alive. In the distance, he saw Yaoxi. Just like before, she was like a fairy that could topple nations. She was like a pearl that emitted auspicious light. Her jade-like body was suffocating. Thousands of mortals saw her and thought she was a fairy. Many people lost their composure and felt ashamed of themselves. Yi Fan hid among the thousands of mortals, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. He curled his lips. The so-called fairy's bra was still in his arms. If this secret got out, the great sage's land would definitely be shocked. Don't leak any information. Seal the 15th mining area. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The Yaoguang Saintess' voice was like the sound of nature. However, at this moment, the Yaoguang Saintess suddenly stopped talking. Her expression was blank, and she seemed to be very surprised. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the other party had discovered him? That was impossible. At this moment, the other cultivators from the Yaoguang Holy Land also cried out in surprise. Who are you? How did you get in? Yi Fan turned around and looked at the pyramid. A faint cyan light appeared. In front of the cyan iron tower, an old woman had appeared out of nowhere. She didn't make a sound. No one knew how she got there. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. She was looking around the pyramid and mumbling something. The 15th mining area was a vast reddish-brown land. It was very spacious. If an outsider broke in, he would have noticed her immediately. However, the crowd had not noticed it at all before this. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He thought to himself, "It's her." He didn't expect to see this old woman again in the northern region. Years ago, when he met Crazy Ol for the first time outside the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, this old woman had shown up. Through her mumbling, he knew that Crazy Ol was from 6,000 years ago. She is from the same generation as Crazy Ol. I can't believe she is here. Yi Fan was surprised. Chapter 181. The old woman was dressed very simply. She looked no different from the other old ladies in the mountain villages. However, this old woman had become the center of attention. The people of the Yaoguang sacred land did not dare to act rashly as if they were facing a great enemy. The pyramid made of an unknown metal flickered with a faint green luster. The sun, moon, and stars appeared on its surface, emitting rays of clear light that flowed towards the old woman like waves. However, it could not move her at all. The old woman did not move at all. She was not affected at all. She mumbled as she circled around the pyramid. Buzz! The green pyramid trembled and emitted a vibrating sound. Then light filled the sky. Endless greenery covered the reddish-brown land. Everyone was shocked. The empty and desolate land had completely changed. The grass was boundless and full of vitality. Thousand-year ancient trees stretched across the land. An immemorial aura rushed over. It was vast and ancient like the vast universe. It was like a boundless starry sky. Millions of creatures came one after another. It was as if an ancient world had reappeared. Ear-splitting rumbling sounds could be heard. Giant creatures rolled over like mountains. Many strange races appeared from time to time. The lush land, the dense spirit chi, and the powerful creatures dazzled people's eyes. Is this the northern region of the ancient times? It was full of life and everything was flourishing. It's completely different from now. They could clearly see the formation of the origin. The origin energy of the world was too dense. It crystallized and turned into an origin. Many powerful creatures died. Occasionally, they would be wrapped by the dripping origin and sealed inside. At this point, people finally understood why the ancient creatures had severed fingers and heads left behind. Oh my God! At this moment, people gasped. They saw extremely powerful humanoid creatures that could tear mountains apart with their bare hands. There were many types of humanoid creatures, and they were all different. Some were covered in scales, some had fur, some had majestic bodies, some had delicate bodies, and there were even some that were as beautiful as pearls and jade. All of them were extremely powerful. In that dense ancient forest, One would occasionally see a huge temple, tall and majestic, shocking one's soul. In front of each ancient temple, there were different kinds of humanoid creatures guarding it. They were solemn and sacred. The various temples were completely different. Some were like the Taoist temple, some were like the imperial palace, and there were even pyramids like the one in front of them. Interesting. Right at this moment, the old woman's voice rang out. Everyone could hear it clearly. She waved her sleeves, and all the brilliance in the sky disappeared. All the vigorous vitality on the ground disappeared, and all kinds of tyrannical creatures disappeared. It became a lifeless and barren land again. The clear brilliance flowed back to the pyramid. Whoosh! The old woman stepped forward, directly entering the pyramid. The green pagoda's luster dimmed again, and then it became silent again. Everyone in the Yaoguang Holy Land was frightened. This old woman was unfathomable. They could not stop her, and they could not stop her. Holy Daughter Yaoguang was like a celestial lotus. Her skin was pure and sparkling. At this moment, her mind was shaken. What kind of person was this old woman? Her beautiful eyes widened. Many legendary figures quickly surrounded the green pyramid, quietly waiting for the old woman to appear. Many of the thousands of mortals were frightened out of their wits. The various scenes that appeared just now made them suspect that they had entered another world. The pyramid trembled slightly. The old woman walked out very calmly, as if she was walking on a bridge or a flight of stairs. She was not stopped at all. "It is indeed interesting," the old woman said again. But in the ears of the crowd, the meaning was very different. This kind of historical site, for cultivators, was obviously priceless, but she didn't really care about it. "Senior, you are..." Holy Daughter Yaoguang smiled before speaking. She was like a blossoming fairy, bright and beautiful. "I am just an ordinary old woman." The old woman looked at Yao Shi and kindly smiled. "You are quite lucky." Holy Daughter Yao Shi was moved. She wanted to say something, but the old woman had already turned around to look at the others. Her gaze swept over the Yaoguang legendary figures one by one. "I am going to take it and see if there is anything special about it. I will return it to the Yaoguang Holy Land in the future," said the old woman. "Senior, you can't." A few legendary figures wanted to stop her. This was something that the Supreme Elder had warned them to protect. It was not hard to imagine how important it was. But they couldn't stop her at all. The old woman reached out her hand and grabbed the pyramid that was 100 meters tall. The sun, moon, and stars shone brightly. Almost in an instant, the grand pyramid became shorter. A green light flashed, and it became the size of a baby's fist. It was like a pearl that was flowing with light in the old woman's hand. With a wave of his hand, he had captured the azure pagoda, causing those legendary figures to swallow back their words. They knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Yi Fan already knew that the old woman was unfathomable, but he was still very scared. He muttered to himself because the old woman seemed to be glancing at him. The old woman slowly walked into the distance. Her silhouette quickly blurred and disappeared into thin air in an instant. There was no trace of her at all. After the old woman left, the 15th mining area was in chaos. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were discussing. Such a big thing had to be reported immediately. "Go, leave this damned place." This was the urgent thought in Yi Fan's heart. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the source in other places. If he continued here, who knew what else he would find? At that time, he might even lose his life. Besides, Yao Shi was here, and the Yaoguang Holy Lord was coming. They had seen him before, so this place was very dangerous. A while ago, Yi Fan had already thought of how to leave. Every once in a while, he would go out to buy rice and flour. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land didn't want to interact with the mortals. Every time they went out, they would bring some source collectors. He planned to blend into such a team. Once he reached the outside world, he would be able to leap freely in the vast ocean and soar freely in the vast sky. He would no longer be restricted. If it wasn't for the Tao patterns that isolated this place from the outside world, he would have escaped long ago. Find a place to cultivate to the 3rd or 4th secret realm, and then come back to auction the Yaoguang Holy Lady's bra. Yi Fan had evil thoughts. Of course, this was just to give himself motivation. More than a month had passed since he was hit by the immortal sealing powder. Only then did divine power flow in his body, and his sea of reincarnation slowly recovered. During these few days, he had been in the deepest part of the mine and had finally made some progress. He had dug out several walnut-sized source stones and refined them all. Finally, the green lotus in the golden sea of bitterness trembled, and a muffled sound came from his body. His divine power had completely begun to circulate. Yi Fan didn't know what kind of disaster he had experienced. If he had enough of the immortal sealing powder, even the divine power of a powerful cultivator could be completely sealed away. If it weren't for his special constitution, he would have become immortal a long time ago. After his sea of reincarnation was unsealed and his cultivation recovered, Yi Fan prepared to leave this place. Of course, before he left, he was prepared to collect a few more source stones. However, this kind of spiritual object was too rare, and it was difficult to dig out even a few kilograms from a single mine. Moreover, the source stones were covered in a strange layer of stone, and even the spiritual perception of cultivators was useless. There was no way to investigate and dig out more. I really want to take the Yaoguang Holy Land's source storehouse. Yi Fan could only think about it. His strength was too low, and he probably wouldn't be able to break through that kind of place without anyone defending it. 2 days later, Yi Fan prepared to leave and sneak into a group of people purchasing resources. It was on this day that he received news that the Yaoguang Holy Lord was about to arrive and that no one was allowed to enter or leave. Damn it, it's really full of twists and turns. I hope nothing bad happens. He was shocked. An hour later, an earth-shattering sound came from outside the origin area. The void had shattered. When the Yaoguang Holy Lord arrived with her people, the void had just cracked open when a peerless expert attacked together, causing the void to collapse. Kill! Shouts of war shook the sky. Outside the origin area, light shot into the sky, magic treasures flew, people shouted, and horses neighed. Countless figures were charging over. Peacock King. The Yaoguang Holy Lord's voice was cold. He was surrounded by 108 rays of light, and many worlds revolved around him. It was as if a divine king had descended. Yaoguang Holy Lord. On the other side, the Peacock King was the same as before. He looked like a graceful youth, but his eyes were sharp and his roars shook the mountains. You monster, you still dare to appear? I'll kill you today. There were quite a few elders behind the Yaoguang Holy Lord, and one of them shouted, I do need to kill someone, but it's you guys. The Blue Serpent King appeared next to the Peacock King. Boom! The earth trembled as a fierce battle erupted. The Dao inscriptions outside the origin area were torn apart, and many cultivators charged in. The 4th and 7th bandit are here. The cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were in chaos. The entire origin area was in chaos. Yi Fan was shocked. From the shouts of the crowd, he learned that the Blue Serpent King was the 4th bandit in the northern region, and the 7th bandit was an expert called Tu Tian. The 2 bandits and the Peacock King wanted to kill the Yaoguang Holy Lord. The experts under the 2 bandits had already charged in and were fighting with the light-shaking realm cultivators inside. If he didn't take advantage of the chaos, Yi Fan would feel like he was letting himself down. He didn't think about the origin treasury. It was impossible to open it, and it was definitely the target of the 2 bandits. He charged toward a stone tower in the 15th mining area. The origin stones that he had collected were all piled up inside. The sounds of battle shook the sky. No one had the time to care about this place. After all, this place was nothing compared to the origin treasury. The stone tower was less than 10 meters tall, but it was extremely sturdy. Yi Fan pushed on the stone door a few times, but it didn't budge at all. There are also restrictions here. He didn't say anything else as he swung his fist and smashed it. Boom! The stone tower shook as the 5th punch landed, finally breaking the stone door open. Thankfully, there weren't any profound restrictions. Yi Fan squinted his eyes at the brilliant light in front of him. Piece after piece of origin stone was laid out on a jade shelf, glowing brightly. They added up to dozens of kilograms. The origin stones that he had collected over the past few days were all here, and they hadn't been sent away yet. So many. This is the sum of the origin stones from 20 or so mines. Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This many origin stones meant that he could increase his strength. They were priceless treasures to him. He pulled out a pristine jade bottle and stored them all inside. "Brother, who are you? You're really fast. You even got here before me." A voice came from outside the stone tower. A young man around 20 years of age stared at him in surprise. "I was just stealing." The professional is currently fighting with the people from the Wavering Light Sacred Lands, Yi Fan replied casually. "I'm the professional you're talking about. I didn't expect you to beat me to it. You're even faster than me." Yi Fan was speechless. The young man in front of him had a medium build. He wasn't very handsome, but his eyes were especially bright. They were like the legendary, thieving light. "I heard that the 15th mining area was under attack, and that I might be able to dig up some good origin stones. That's why I came here instead of attacking the origin treasury." The young man's eyes lit up even more, and a thieving light shot out in all directions. He said, "According to the rules of our trade, since I got here in time, you should give me a quarter." "Who's in the same trade as you? I'm not a professional." Yi Fan wanted to say this, but he felt that this man wasn't ordinary and didn't want to fight with him here. He said, "I don't have any special origin stones. If you don't believe me, come and take a look." He pulled out the pristine jade bottle, and an origin stone appeared. "If you don't have any, then forget it." The young man was very disappointed and waved his hand. The two of them retreated from the stone tower. Yi Fan was just about to leave when the young man suddenly pulled him back and said, "Wait, there's something on you. Why do I sense a familiar aura? I'm really not a professional. I don't have anything special on me. Wait, this is the aura of the Wavering Light Sacred Maiden." The young man's eyes shone like pearls as he stared at Yi Fan and said, "Brother, you're really not simple. You're even more agile than me. You can even steal something from the Wavering Light Sacred Maiden." I'm really not a professional." Yi Fan shook off his hand and said, "I don't even know what you're talking about. I once got close to the Wavering Light Sacred Maiden. The outstanding people in our trade have a photographic memory. This is her aura, I can't be wrong." The young man didn't have any enmity towards Yi Fan. Instead, he acted very familiar and said, "Take it out and let me have a look." Yi Fan guessed that it was definitely the Wavering Light Sacred Maiden's bra. He immediately pulled out the pristine jade bottle and stored it inside. "Oh my God, my celestial eyes are blinded." The young man saw it clearly and immediately cried out in surprise. He said, "I say, brother, you're good. You're really good. When did our trade produce a talent like you? I admire you to death. This is something I've dreamed of doing. It's true that we're not in the same trade. I got this thing by chance." Yi Fan felt that it was too dangerous to walk with this man. If he provoked Yao Shi, it would be big trouble. He wanted to get rid of him. "I admire you so much. In our trade, we emphasize on getting something by chance. We don't have to do it deliberately." The young man wore an admiring face. "This toy. You also emphasize on getting it by chance?" Yi Fan was speechless. "Normal people can't do such a difficult job," sighed the young man. "My grandfather was a hero for his whole life, but he regretted it for the rest of his life." "Who are you? Who's your grandfather? What regret?" Yi Fan felt that this man's identity wasn't ordinary. "My grandfather is Tu Tian, the 7th bandit. He swaggered around the northern region. He could steal anything. His biggest regret was that he couldn't steal a saintess to be his wife." Yi Fan was surprised. The grandson of the 7th bandit did have a big background. "I'm Tu Fei. To fulfill one of my grandfather's wishes, I want to steal a saintess to be my wife." Yi Fan didn't know what to say. How could they think of capturing the saintess of the great sage's land to be his wife? "The Yao Guang saintess is there. Let's go there and find a chance to capture her." Tu Fei's eyes shot out two beams of light, looking at the horizon. At this moment, shouts and shouts shook the sky. Battles were happening everywhere. Right in front of them, Yao Shi's fairy-like body was like thin clouds covering the bright moon. She was like a pearl in the sea, extremely beautiful. Her long dress fluttered, dancing in the wind as she fought with many bandits. Yi Fan struggled to get rid of her. He felt that if he followed this man, he would have bad luck. As the battles were happening everywhere, it was a good chance for him to leave. Tu Fei soared up into the sky, shouting, "Yao Shi, did you lose something? Did the geniuses of our trade get it?" Yi Fan staggered, almost falling to the ground. This bastard didn't watch his mouth. He dared to say anything. Wasn't he bringing trouble to him? Chapter 182. Tu Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? Although Yao Guang Saintess was killing the enemies, she was like a graceful fairy butterfly. She was graceful and noble with a graceful beauty. Yao Shi, did you lose a piece of clothing? Is it something precious? Tu Fei hovered in the sky, asking with a serious face. I don't know what you're talking about. Yao Guang Saintess was using her supreme technique. Shortly after, she struck the two old men away. She opened her mouth and spat out a green jade bell. The melodious sound of the bell reverberated in the sky. The cultivators who were attacking her had to cover their ears in pain, screaming pathetically. I'm sure you lost something. How did you lose it? Tu Fei was serious, continuing to ask. Damn you. Yi Fan turned around and left. He could see that this bastard had a big mouth. He dared to talk about anything without any fear. He was even a little bit unrestrained and teasing. I don't want to talk to you. Yao Guang Saintess didn't mind him. The green jade bell she spat out became bigger and bigger. The sound of the bell shook the sky. It was melodious and powerful. Within a radius of 10 zhang, all the weapons attacking Shi Yan were shaken. Then they rang clearly. Boom. 7 or 8 weapons broke in the sound of the bell, falling from the sky. The sound waves were like sabers that frightened people. Yao Shi, think about it one more time. The big-mouthed Tu Fei said without scruples. The item you threw was woven from the divine silkworm silk. It's impervious to fire, water, and weapons. You've made it a precious treasure. Do you remember it now? Yao Guang Saintess discolored. At first, she thought that the other was talking nonsense. But now, she remembered the bra. She almost screamed out loud. During the past month, she had used all of her forces to find Yi Fan in the southern area. She hated that she couldn't turn the entire place upside down. However, she couldn't find him. Every time she thought about what happened that day, she felt like she was going crazy. She hated that she couldn't use her elegant, jade-like hands to chop Yi Fan into pieces. Oh my God! My immortal eyes are blind. Tu Fei screamed, his voice sad. What I want to see isn't true. Why did someone else get it first? Yao Guang Saintess really wanted to slap him. She said coldly, ridiculous. I saw your pale expression just now. It must be true. The geniuses in our line of work are too amazing. Why can't I do it? Tu Tian was a bit gloomy. He asked, nothing happened between the two of you, right? You're one of my targets. Die. Yao Guang Saintess was so angry that the roots of her teeth were itching. The jasper bell in front of her quickly enlarged to a diameter of 100 feet. The ringing of the bell shook the sky. One could clearly see a series of green rays being emitted, like a ripple, like a wave, sweeping the surroundings. The surrounding cultivators let out miserable cries, as they had no way of defending themselves. Yao Guang's saint daughter wore a cold face. Her clothes fluttered as she stormed toward Tu Fei. You want to silence me? Tu Fei screamed. Then he remembered something, raking his eyes around. Genius bro, where are you? Lend me your clothes. 2 black lines appeared on the forehead of the Yao Guang Saintess. Her murderous intent filled the air as her powerful soul consciousness scanned the surroundings. Hey, genius bro, you're not good. Why did you run away? People in our line of work are loyal to their friends. Why did you run away without telling us? Tu Fei shouted in the sky. You big mouth. Yi Fan had dashed far away, but he could still hear their voices. Since there were battles everywhere, Shi Yan was attacked from time to time. He couldn't leave quickly. I'm going to kill you. The Yao Guang Saintess was usually beautiful and charming. She rarely got angry. However, Yi Fan seemed to have some strange magical power. Every time she thought of this young man, she couldn't help but scream. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't steal the clothes. Genius bro did it. If you're angry, hurry and find him. It has nothing to do with me, shouted Tu Fei. The bell rang loudly. The dark green jade bell was extremely mystical. The sound waves it emitted were like waves, clearly visible as they surged in all directions. At this moment, the Yao Guang Saintess was peerless in her generation. She stood on the massive jasper bell, her skin like ice and bones like jade. Her face was murderous. Tu Fei ran away. Then he took out a clay jar. It was gray and dull as if it was dug out from a pile of dirt. However, this clay jar was really powerful. The mouth of the jar was like a black hole with a strong devouring power. The sky around was twisted as if it could take everything in. The Yao Guang Saintess discolored. Did the seventh bandit Tu Tian give you this? Don't worry. It's just a replica. My grandfather said that if I can catch a saintess to marry, he will give me that clay jar. Although the clay jar was old, it wasn't damaged. Its power was intimidating. It could even absorb the green sound waves and stop Yao Shi's attack. Saintess Yao Guang's expression changed. She said, "This is just a replica, but it already has such power. The real one is indeed a weapon of the extreme path. Just like the legends say, it is made from the flesh and blood of the desolate era's emperors." The so-called extreme weapon was the pinnacle of a weapon. In the eastern wasteland, it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. From the ancient times until now, one could count the number of such weapons. Only the peerless characters who could suppress an era and rule the eastern wasteland could have the chance to refine such a weapon. It required the entire eastern wasteland's power to refine such a weapon. Since the ancient times, the number of great emperors was limited. The monstrous emperor's holy weapon, the Ji family's ancient mirror, the Yao Guang Holy Land's dragon pattern cauldron, and the clay jar that Tu Tian got by chance were all such extreme weapons. Of course, there was one exception in the eastern wasteland. It was the ancient wasteland tower. It was not made by humans. The extreme weapon was made by ancient great emperors and sacred emperors. Its power was peerless. If one could unleash its true power, it would be unimaginable. The reason why Tu Tian could become one of the 13 bandits was because he had an extreme weapon. Almost no one could kill him. With the extreme weapon on him, it was impossible to break his defense. Regarding this clay jar, there was a legend. Before the Desolate Age, a great emperor used his Yuan spirit as the fire, his flesh and blood as the clay, and countless divine materials from the Eastern Wasteland's legends. He turned his body into a clay jar, leaving behind an extreme weapon for his descendants. It could be said that if one had enough divine power to support this weapon, it would not be a problem for him to move unhindered in the Eastern Wasteland. Unfortunately, no matter how glorious a clan was, it would still fall. Even the greatest inheritance would be extinguished. After the great emperor of the primordial era had passed away, time had passed, and his descendants had long since faded into obscurity. 300 years ago, Tu Tian found this clay jar in a dried-up ancient river in the northern region. Half of it was buried in the sand, and no one knew how long it had been covered in dust. Unfortunately, the clay jar lacked a lid and was not complete. Otherwise, Tu Tian would be able to move unhindered in the eastern wasteland with this clay jar alone. The imitation clay jar was still intimidating. It was like a bottomless pit that was about to absorb the massive jade bell. Yao Guang Saintess was astounded. She knew that if the real clay jar was here, she would be obliterated without any suspense. Tu Fei, your god power isn't enough. Even if you have the imitation of the great emperor's holy weapon, what can you do? Light bloomed from Yao Guang Saintess glabella. The diamond mark was dazzling. It shot out a jet of divine light, slashing forward. What? Your soul consciousness is so powerful. Tu Fei was startled. He couldn't dodge. However, the clay jar in front of him had saved him. It could swallow everything, including the soul consciousness. That jet of divine light vanished immediately. Yao Guang Saintess discolored. The great emperor from the Desolate Age had used his Yuan spirit as the flame and his flesh as a jar. Of course, he could swallow the soul consciousness. Ha! Tu Fei laughed, flying away immediately. His cultivation base wasn't as high as Yao Guang Saintis. If they fought for a long time, he would have to bear a big loss. Where are you going? Yao Guang Saintis didn't want to let him go. Genius bro, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Tu Fei's voice shook the entire origin area. Yi Fan cursed him inwardly. This blabbermouth was too much of a bastard. He had brought trouble to Yi Fan. At this moment, people were shouting and shouting everywhere. Shi Yan was attacked from time to time. He had to struggle to move forward. If Yao Shi found him, it would be a big trouble. Genius bro, what are you afraid of? You even stole Yao Shi's bra. Such excellent skills. You're the hero of our generation. If we join hands, we can capture that woman. Tu Fei was like a loudspeaker, shouting everywhere in the sky. As soon as he finished, the entire origin area quieted down for a while. This news was too frightening. It was unimaginable. Yi Fan wanted to curse him. This man should have his mouth sealed. However, thinking about it carefully, the other could have mistaken him for an expert. Anyway, his physique was special. It was hard for others to see his real cultivation base. It can't be true, right? Yao Guang Saintis is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Someone stole her bra. It's impossible. Some cultivators didn't forget to discuss in the middle of the battle. Yao Guang Saintis' bell-like laughter reverberated in the sky. Tu Fei, you can't change the situation with your sharp tongue. I want to see where you can run to. After she said that, all the cultivators understood. They didn't believe Tu Fei anymore. I'm telling the truth. A genius bro did steal Yao Shi's bra. Bro, come out. Tu Fei screamed while running away. People in our line of work should be loyal. I want to see how long you can talk nonsense. Yao Guang Saintis gritted her teeth. She really wanted to seal this blabbermouth and find Yi Fan. Her soul consciousness was raking around, searching carefully. During this process, many bandits stormed toward Yao Shi, and many Yao Guang Holy Lands cultivators attacked Tu Fei. In this chaotic battle, their screams attracted more attention. Genius bro, don't force me to use my best attack. Tu Fei retreated while fighting. You're just 14 or 15 years old. You're pretty, motherf asterisk cur. Yi Fan couldn't help but curse. He tore a bloody garment from a dead body and wrapped it around his face. It looked like he was bandaging a wound. However, there were people everywhere. Of course, someone noticed him. No way. There's a young man. I just saw him. Over there. Over there. Yi Fan used the old lunatic's footwork and ran away. The fourth bandit, the seventh bandit, and the Peacock King had brought their best weapons. They were fighting against the Yao Guang Saint Master's team. It was a fierce battle. The sky and earth were about to shatter. Shadows of swords and sabers were everywhere. Blood splashed everywhere. Genius bro, I finally see you. Don't run away. You're the one with the bloody garment. People in our line of work have a photographic memory. Even if you wear Yao Shi's Saintis battle dress, I can still recognize you. Tu Fei Zhen was like a loudspeaker, his voice shaking the sky as he shouted unceasingly. Swoosh. Many people looked at Yi Fan. Some Yao Guang disciples chased after him. Many roving bandits gave Yi Fan a thumbs up. Genius bro, you're good. It's rare to see a character like you in our line of work. You stole the Saintis bra. Every generation has its own geniuses. They have been outstanding for hundreds of years. Our line of work has never declined. A group of bearded bandits shouted. Greetings to all of you. Of course, Yi Fan understood that this group of bastards was trying to provoke the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Besides Tu Fei, no one would believe that he had Yao Shi's bra. At this moment, the Yaoguang Saint Master gritted her teeth so hard that she almost broke them. She also saw Yi Fan. Thinking about everything that happened that day, she wanted to scream. 1 month ago, they were naked. Yi Fan didn't have any secret about her jade-like body. Now, thinking about it, she felt her face burning up. Yao Shi wanted to storm over there and kill Yi Fan directly. However, she was afraid that people would misunderstand. It was the same as confirming Tu Fei's nonsense. However, she drove Tu Fei in that direction to get closer to Yi Fan. She was prepared to kill him if necessary. Tu Fei, you bastard! "Don't frame me!" shouted Yi Fan. He had to use his tongue to stop the Yao Guang Saint Master. Otherwise, he would be in a dangerous situation. Yao Shiferi is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Everybody knows that. How could you disrespect her like that? The Yao Guang Saint Master gritted her teeth. She really wanted to fly over and step on Yi Fan. His words were too harsh to her ears. That day, when they were naked, the other's evil hands had scratched her skin. Thinking about it now, she still had goosebumps all over her body. Now, the other party actually said this and wanted to block her path. It was truly detestable to the extreme. Of course, the Yao Guang Saint Master wasn't an ordinary warrior. She reacted fast. She sneered and said, "Tu Fei, I'm here, and you're here to smear my name. You're snakes and rats from the same nest. Today I will kill you both." She thought that the two of them were just acting. One wanted to expose her, and the other wanted to cover it up. She coldly scolded them for their two-man show. "Genius bro, you see? Yao, she wants to kill you too. Come here quickly. If we work together, we can cut through metal. Take her down. At that time, it won't be just a bra." Tu Fei started to talk again. Many bandits with unkempt beards screamed strangely and joined in the commotion. Yi Fan cursed under his breath. These bastards weren't good people. He shouted, "Tu Fei, you're a bandit. Don't talk nonsense. Yao Shiferi, I've admired you for a long time. I've never thought of disrespecting you. You're like the bright moon hanging high in my heart. You're the purest existence in this world." Listening to him, the Yao Guang Saint Master really wanted to cut him with her saber. However, she still smiled and said, "I don't deserve your admiration." Yi Fan didn't wait for her to say more. He shouted, "Tu Fei, you bastard. If you frame me one more time, I will use my weapon to kill you." He emphasized the word, weapon, while looking at the Yao Guang Saint Master. It was a naked threat. If she chased after him, he would have to use his bra to kill her. The Yao Guang Saint Master was smart. Of course, she knew what he meant. She gritted her teeth. She hated Yi Fan a lot, but she still smiled brightly. "If so, we should join hands and kill Tu Fei. I'm sorry. My competence is low. I can't help you much." Yi Fan had finally reached the edge of the origin area. Of course, after he was noticed, he was lucky that the bearded bandits had helped him. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Yao Guang Holy Land would have captured him already. "Genius brother, people in our line of work must be loyal." Tu Fei saw that he was running for his life and didn't want to help them. He was reluctant and said, "You should just use that bra." They were about to leave the battlefield. No matter what, Yi Fan didn't want to get involved. Right in front of them, the Peacock King and the Yao Guang Saint Master were fighting. Their battle had shattered the sky and cracked the earth. The sun and the moon had lost their light. The sky was filled with terrifying energy waves like a vast ocean. 108 worlds were floating. The sky was full of halos. The Yao Guang Saint Master looked like she was going to turn into the Great Path. The Peacock King was like a god crossing the worlds. Although he was just a young man, he was domineering. The 4th and 7th bandits joined hands to take out a clay pot. They trapped the antiques of the Yao Guang Holy Land and wanted to take them all inside. The Peacock King, the Blue Flood Dragon King, and Tu Tian want to play big. Yi Fan was frightened. These people had the guts to attack a powerful holy land. "Genius brother, people in our line." The loudspeaker Tu Fei came again. Chapter 183. The so-called holy weapon was the limit of what a weapon could achieve. There were only a few of them in the entire eastern wasteland, and they could be counted. They all came from the hands of ancient holy emperors. How many great emperors had there been since ancient times? Those that were recorded in the ancient books were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As a result, there were only a few extreme Dao weapons. The earthy gray pot was excessively simple, but it possessed great power. Under the joint power of Green Flood Dragon King and Tu Tian, it devoured heaven and earth, collecting everything. Kacha. In the sky, there was an 8 trigrams furnace that was the size of a small mountain. Flames overflowed into the heavens, blocking in front. However, it couldn't stop the clay pot at all, releasing cracking sounds. Boom! The huge furnace cracked open all of a sudden. Flames filled the sky, wreaking havoc in all directions. Unfortunately, it only fluctuated for a moment before it was all sucked into the clay jar. This was already the 9th weapon of the Supreme Elders that had been destroyed. In the face of extreme Dao weapons, there was nothing they could do but shatter. The earthy gray jar looked ordinary, but it was a saint weapon forged from the flesh and blood of an ancient emperor. Its power was immeasurable. If not for the lack of a seal, the enemy would have been destroyed long ago. Let's see how long you can last. The Green Flood Dragon King shouted. Together with Tu Tian, he activated the jar again. On the other side, an ancient cauldron floated up and down. Streaks of dragon patterns appeared on its surface, its style simple and unadorned. Chaotic mist gathered around it. This was a replica of the dragon pattern cauldron from the Yaoguang Holy Land. It was controlled by an extremely powerful old man, who was trying his best to fight against the earthy jar. However, a replica was still a replica. Even though it had been refined by this great elder for hundreds of years, it was still unable to withstand the saint weapon of an ancient great emperor. With everyone working together, this dragon pattern cauldron replica only lasted for 7 or 8 minutes before it started shaking. The dragon patterns on it all fell off, and its luster dimmed. Gotcha! The dragon pattern imitation cauldron finally couldn't hold on any longer. Cracks appeared on its surface, about to shatter and be devoured by the jar. Old Tu, your holy weapon is just too powerful. I am willing to pay any price to exchange it with you. You can take everything I have right now. The Green Flood Dragon King sighed in admiration and spoke like this. In this life I will rely on it. I will not exchange it with anyone. Tu Tian flatly refused. At that moment, people from the Yaoguang Holy Land all looked pale. Their weapons were all broken, and they couldn't hold on any longer. Extreme weapons were terrifying. Unfortunately, the dragon pattern cauldron of the Yaoguang Holy Land was the most precious treasure of the Holy Land. It could not be taken out easily. Otherwise, they would not be in such a passive position. On the other side, the Peacock King was fighting Sacred Lord Alcade. They passed through the 108 worlds and were on par with each other. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and the world lost its color. The magical powers of the two mighty beings overflowed into the heavens, and with a roar from the distant sky, the mountains on the ground shook until they crumbled. Yi Fan was dazzled. The weapon of the extreme way shocked him. The people of the Yaoguang Holy Land were going to die because of this clay pot. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. The Green Flood Dragon King and the others had the absolute upper hand. If he killed the group of old antiques and was freed up, then Wavering Light Saint Sovereign wouldn't be able to survive. Right now, he could seek refuge with the Peacock King and the others. He would no longer need to flee. Genius bro, in our line of work, we have to be loyal. Tu Fei also flew to the edge, landing by Yi Fan. Yaoguang Saintess didn't chase after them. Everybody could see that the big characters of the Yaoguang Holy Land weren't in a good situation. They were subdued by the holy weapons of the great ancient emperors. Their bodies and souls could be destroyed easily. Although the Yaoguang Holy Land had a profound foundation, it was too late to cross the void. Boom! The sky was shaken. People screamed and beasts roared. The armored horsemen broke the dome of the sky, grumblingly approaching. It seemed like a flood had arrived from the horizon. The murderous aura shot up into the sky. A big flag fluttered in the air, which had a big character, Jiang. The Jiang family of the remote antiquity had arrived. They were one of the rulers of the North region, which was much stronger than the Yaoguang Holy Land in this area. Fellow Taoists of the Yaoguang Holy Land, our Jiang family is here to help. Hundreds of armored horsemen arrived with some big characters in the middle. Their fighting will shot up into the sky like a surging tide. The icy aura sent chills down people's spines. What bad luck! Tu Fei cursed. In the sky, the Peacock King, the Blue Flood Dragon King, and Tu Tian changed their faces. Now, the powerful Jiang family had come to help, which made their plan fail. The Yaoguang Holy Land's cultivators shouted in unison. Until now, many of them had died. They were about to be defeated. Suddenly, a new force came, which cheered them up. Genius bro! Tu Fei turned around and found that Yi Fan had run away a long time ago. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Tu Fei was a little dumbfounded. He shouted, "Hey, genius bro, people in our line of work shouldn't be so disloyal." Yi Fan didn't dare to linger. He knew his own strength. If he stayed here, he would only be cannon fodder in the battle between the Holy Land and the Great Bandits. This was a group of strong warriors. None of them were weak. Those with a low cultivation base had been killed in the chaotic battle. Blood mist hovered, and the battlefield was very tragic. Boom! Their rear shook violently. The battle had reached its climax. The Blue Flood Dragon King and Tu Tian were determined to kill a group of strong warriors at any cost. The Peacock King's eyes were sharp. His murderous aura shook the entire area. He turned into a 5-colored peacock, tearing the sky and earth apart. Behind them, the entire area was boiling. The sky and the earth seemed to be about to be destroyed. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. Like a jet of light, he crossed the earth. He used his mysterious footwork to the extreme, disappearing in a blink of an eye. "I will come back later." He disappeared into the vast land. He needed to find a place to cultivate and increase his competence. He shouldn't get involved in the battle. The reddish-brown land was boundless. There were no plants or water sources. There was only emptiness and silence. 7 or 8 days had passed. Yi Fan didn't know how many miles he had traveled. Not to mention an oasis, he didn't even see a leaf. Yi Fan let out a long sigh as he left the area. From now on, he would be free to do as he pleased. He would no longer be restricted. The Yaoguang Holy Land was based in the south. Even if the Saintess knew he was in the north, she couldn't send enough people to track him down. The 13 bandits were their biggest trouble. To guard the source mine, they had to spend a lot of energy and couldn't take care of anything else. "I need the cultivation method of the Holy Palace's secret territory," Yi Fan said to himself. This was his biggest goal in coming to the north. Now that he had reached the Nirvana realm, time waited for no one. He urgently needed the Jasper Lake Heart technique. Thinking of this, he felt a headache. He felt like he had given himself a huge problem. Dreams were beautiful, but it was difficult to actually put them into action. The most effective method is to kidnap a Jasper Lake goddess from the Holy Palace's secret territory and ask her for her cultivation method. However, the consequences of this would be very serious. He had only learned one of the Ji clan's secret techniques and hadn't cultivated the void ancient scripture, but he had already brought disaster upon himself. If he really kidnapped a Jasper Lake goddess and cultivated their secret techniques, it would be a huge disaster. In the past, there had been people who cultivated the sacred land's ancient scriptures, but in the end, they were either killed or had their sects destroyed. All traces of them were erased. The sacred lands and the clans of the ancients valued their ancient scriptures more than anything else. No matter who learned it, they would use all their power to kill them. "I've set a huge problem for myself." Yi Fan rubbed his temples. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to take on such a challenge. The Jasper Lake goddess can marry someone, but it's said that the conditions are very strict. He thought of Elder Wu Qingfeng's words. How could the high and mighty Jasper Lake goddess marry a small cultivator like him? Time was tight. It was difficult to find the time to slowly get close to the Jasper Lake goddess. This path was very difficult. Do I really have to be a big devil and steal a Jasper Lake goddess? Yi Fan was really in a difficult position. He didn't want to be an enemy of the Jasper Lake, but he really wanted their heart technique. What conditions do I need to become the son-in-law of the Jasper Lake? Yi Fan's imagination ran wild. Maybe there's still some time to buffer. He thought of Elder Wu Qingfeng's words. Many of the great cultivators of the ancient times only cultivated one secret realm, and they could also cultivate to the extreme. There must be many secrets in the sea of reincarnation that haven't been unearthed. Maybe I can cultivate again and leave enough time to get close to the Jasper Lake goddess. Yi Fan felt that the most important thing now was to improve his strength. He had to think of all possible ways. He didn't want to be a devil unless he had no other choice. After thinking about it carefully, he thought that he had to prepare for two things. Either way, He had to have the strength of a devil and be able to defeat the Jasper Lake goddess in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Yi Fan didn't want to cultivate in this area. He felt that it was still not far enough, so he continued to run into the distance. Along the way, he would stop and blast open the reddish-brown ground in search of source stones. However, he didn't gain much. He didn't find many source stones along the way, so he didn't grasp the gist of or finding. After more than 10 days, Yi Fan finally found an oasis and saw signs of human life. I've been running with secret arts all along the way. Although I stopped and walked, I'm afraid I've already traveled 70,000 kilometers. I've only seen signs of human life after walking for so long. Such a vast area had long surpassed all the continents on Earth, which made him sigh. Countless years ago, this land was flourishing with vegetation and races. Tyrannical humanoid figures split the sky with their bare hands, and all kinds of temples were erected on the land. What happened that caused the northern region to become a barren land? Yi Fan didn't stop and continued to run forward. He only stopped on the 20th day and decided to find a place to cultivate. Along the way, he saw oases ranging from several kilometers in radius to thousands of kilometers in radius. They were all over the reddish-brown ground. The people of the northern region were fierce, and he saw many bloody incidents. For the sake of fighting for oases and to occupy source stones, battles broke out from time to time. Yi Fan didn't enter any of the oases. In the end, he settled down in an empty desert. He cut open a stone mountain and opened up a cave abode, starting to cultivate inside. He took out the pristine jade bottle, and colorful source stones fell before him. They were dazzling and bright, illuminating the cave abode. Preliminary estimates showed that these source stones added up to about 60 kilograms. This was a huge fortune that could increase his strength. Yi Fan started to cultivate and prepared to break through. The so-called Nirvana realm was a realm of transformation. Legend had it that ancient powerhouses who cultivated the sea of reincarnation alone would undergo a transformation of 9 lifetimes and 9 deaths. In the end, they would break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, returning to the perfect state. The moment they came out of seclusion, the clouds moved in all directions and strange phenomena shot into the sky. Of course, this was the result of many years of cultivation. Some people even cultivated their entire lives for this. It wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. The cultivation of a single secret realm not only required a powerful mental cultivation method, but also some ancient secret arts to complement it. Yi Fan didn't know much about them, so it was impossible for him to compare with the ancient powerhouses. In the next 7 days, the cave abode was filled with dense spiritual energy. All kinds of strange scenes appeared in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. Green lotuses trembled, golden seas surged, blue skies weaved with lightning. His transformation began. Chapter 184. In the first 7 days, Yi Fan's entire body was flowing with colors and his vitality was like the ocean. Inside the sea of reincarnation, there were many strange phenomena and various sounds. This continued for 7 days before the brilliance gradually faded. The entire abode was dim and Yi Fan's body was no longer lustrous. Like a dead tree, his vitality no longer flowed out. On the 8th day, his body shriveled like a rag compared to the sparkling and translucent body of the past. On the 9th day, his internal organs stopped functioning. Compared to the vigorous vitality in the past, he was lifeless at the moment. On the 10th day, his bones were gray and no longer white and clean. It was as if they were about to decay and could no longer exist. This was the transformation of the Nirvana realm. Upon reaching the Nirvana realm, a cultivator's flesh, internal organs, and bones would wither and then undergo a different kind of rebirth. Blood and bones would be changed 9 times in a row to complete the transformation. However, it was obvious that Yi Fan's situation was different. He advanced step by step and didn't start the transformation after reaching the peak of the Nirvana realm. His 9 transformations were carried out separately. This was only the first transformation and didn't go through continuous destruction and rebirth. Yi Fan's entire body seemed to be returning to dust and dust to dust. He was close to decay and his vitality seemed to have reached the end. Until the 11th day, he was like a plant that had experienced the cold winter. He regained his vitality and gushed out a towering vitality. The abode shone brightly and life essence filled the air. The essence and blood in Yi Fan's body were reborn like a surging river. The sound was so loud that it could be heard from far away. His heart was beating strongly like a drum, thumping loudly. If an ordinary person were to see this, they would definitely be overwhelmed with shock. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were vibrating at the same time, like sonorous music. His bones kept making sounds and the gray faded away. They were as white as jade and clear as crystal. At the same time, they trembled continuously. Although the hidden injuries he suffered in the past, whether it was on his skin, internal organs, or bones, they had long been healed. The rebirth of his body this time was another baptism. His entire body was free of dust and dirt and completely reborn. This transformation lasted for several days before Yi Fan completely woke up. The divine power in his body was surging. This time, it couldn't be considered a complete transformation, but his physique was greatly improved, and his body was much stronger. There are still 8 more chances to metamorphose. If I continue until the end, they should be comparable to a complete rebirth. After consuming the holy fruit twice and refining his body with the monster race Great Emperor's sacred heart blood essence once, he had gone through a total of 3 rebirths. He felt that the combination of the 9 transformations of the Nirvana realm might be equivalent to a rebirth. Yi Fan discovered that he had refined a total of 9 kilograms of origin source. This caused him to be shocked. Such a huge consumption was beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that with so many sources, he would be able to enter the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace through the consummation of the Nirvana realm. If that's the case, even a few dozen kilograms of origin stones won't be able to support me through 9 transformations. I still need to find origin stones. The greater the amount of energy consumed, the more thorough the transformation, the greater the improvement to the constitution. However, this was still quite astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. This is an extravagant squandering. He sighed. If he had not come to the northern region, it would have been difficult to solve this problem. In the following days, Yi Fan cultivated in seclusion and did not go out. He had plenty of food and water in the pristine jade bottle, so there was no need to worry. Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan had gone through 6 transformations and used up all of his origin stones. The 6 transformations made him even stronger, and at the same time, the sea of reincarnation became different. In the cave abode, Yi Fan did not move. Lightning coiled around him, and a green lotus accompanied him. There was a blue sky above his head as he sat in the golden sea. This was not a true vision, but a further evolution of the sea of reincarnation. It broke through the shackles of the flesh shell and truly appeared. That green lotus was like the birth of the Tao. It still only had 3 leaves, but it was like the 3 gave birth to all things. It gently swayed, and a chaotic mist shrouded Yi Fan. That blue sky was bright and clear like a gemstone. There were lightning dragons swimming below, interweaving with endless lightning radiance. It was as if the tribulation lightning of creation had appeared here. The golden sea rose and fell, but Yi Fan was like a boulder, not moving at all. He allowed the tides to rise and fall, surging around him. This was a strange scene. At first, the waves and lightning were deafening, but then everything calmed down, becoming a peaceful and harmonious scene. It wasn't a vision, but it was comparable to a vision. It surrounded him, making him feel as if he was standing in a strange world. At this moment, Yi Fan was without ripples and waves, becoming one with the pulse of heaven and earth. There was a strange power contained within the tranquility. Only after a long time had passed did he open his eyes. The green lotus, blue sky, lightning, golden sea, and others were all restrained, disappearing without a trace. Yi Fan's current situation was that he had no choice but to search for origin stones. His body was like a bottomless pit, no amount of origin stones was enough. At this point he was very envious of the disciples of the Holy Land. They had the most powerful ancient scriptures and endless heavenly treasures. They only needed to cultivate diligently. And he not only had to think of a way to obtain a cultivation method, But he also had to dig for origin stones himself. For a secret art, he was chased all the way to the northern region. It was a narrow escape. Rumble! Yi Fan used the golden book to split the earth in search of the origin veins. He almost turned the entire region upside down. There were large cracks everywhere, and there were shattered rocks everywhere. Only on the fourth day did he finally find a stone vein. It was the kind of rock that contained origin stones. However, after completely excavating it, he was greatly disappointed. He had only collected less than half a kilogram of origin stones, which was too low. Half a month later, Yi Fan had collected more than half a kilogram of origin stones. This made him completely understand that the origin region controlled by the Holy Land was the best region. Comparatively speaking, the other regions were very barren. This couldn't go on like this. He had to think of another way. When Yi Fan returned to his residence, the Stone Mountain Cave residence, he suddenly found a group of people. There were about a dozen of them, including an old man. The rest were all young and strong. They were surrounding the stone mountain and observing. Sigh, Big Beard Chin is too arrogant. He's really too much. If we can't hand over 5 kilograms of origin stones, he'll kill all the people in our village. There's no other way. The strongest person in our village is only at the Life Spring realm. How can we fight against them? They're a group of powerful bandits. The deadline is very close. If we still can't find the origin stones, our village will really be in danger. Xianxia, you've circled around the stone mountain. Is there an origin stone here? A very simple and honest young man asked. There must be an origin stone in this stone mountain, and it's definitely a rich mine. Unfortunately, this is a 300-meter-tall stone mountain. It's not easy to mine with our strength. The white-haired Xianxia sighed. Yi Fan had lived here for more than 2 months. He didn't know that there was an origin stone near him. The other party had circled around the mountain and confirmed it. This made his heart skip a beat. Let's go and take a look elsewhere. Xianxia sighed. We've been collecting origin stones for years. The places that can be mined have all been mined. It looks like we'll have to go to a further place. I don't know if we can make it in time. The dozen or so people turned their horses around and headed into the distance. Not long after, Yi Fan flew out and stood on the stone mountain. He took out the golden book and slashed horizontally. Rocks flew everywhere. Very soon, he had shaved off more than 10 meters of the mountain peak. He actually saw an origin stone. He started to dig and dug out 1 kilogram of origin stone. It was indeed a rich mine in this area. That old man's eyes are as sharp as lightning. He's really accurate. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The sound of hooves could be heard. Xianxia and the dozen or so young men had returned. They had heard the commotion behind them and had returned. Everyone was very surprised to see the top of the stone mountain being shaved off and a 14 or 15-year-old youth standing on it. This little brother, no, this little immortal, this old man greets you. The white-haired Xianxia jumped off his horse and bowed. When the other young men saw this, they also got off their horses and bowed. Sir, you don't have to do this, Yi Fan replied from above. Among the dozen or so people, there was a 17 or 18-year-old man who was the quickest. When he saw Xianxia like this, he immediately understood something. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Little immortal, save us. Please help us. There's really no way out." The others also came to their senses and knelt down one after another. Big Beard Chin wants to kill everyone in our village. Little immortal, save us. A youth named Airbo kowtowed so hard that his forehead was bleeding. He said, "Little brother, save us. My sister has been captured by them. She definitely won't have a good ending. Now, for the sake of Origin Stone, they want to kill everyone in our village." He wept bitterly. Xianxia also knelt down. His shining white head touched the ground and sighed. "Little immortal, save us. We really don't have a way out. There's no way to gather 5 kilograms of Origin Stone in a short time. Those bastards threaten to kill all the men in our village and take the women away if we can't gather enough." Yi Fan didn't want to cause any trouble, but he couldn't bear to see the weak being bullied and humiliated. This was his nature, so he couldn't leave indifferently. "Elder, please get up." He landed on the ground and helped the old man whose forehead was bleeding up. He asked, "What kind of people are they?" "A group of roving bandits who do all kinds of evil. They don't have the strength of character of the 13 great bandits. They only bully the weak. There are actually many such bandits, but villains like them are rare." The group of people talked at once and explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. This group of bandits didn't have a fixed residence. They robbed Origin Stone everywhere, killed people at every turn, bullied young girls, and committed all kinds of evil. According to their description, there were Divine Bridge Realm cultivators among these bandits. Even though there were cultivators in the village, they couldn't fight against them. Yi Fan's thoughts turned. This group of bandits plundered everywhere, so they definitely had Origin Stone in their hands. He could become a great thief who specialized in robbing these bandits. "Elder, let me ask you, are there many bandits like this?" "There are many, like locusts. One batch leaves and another batch comes. Every place in the North region is the same. It's very chaotic." Xianxia shook his head. This was also the reason why there were cultivators in a village. Without martial power to protect it, the situation would be worrisome. Yi Fan's eyes brightened. He felt that the problem at hand was completely solved. He nodded and said, "Xianxia, I'll go back with you." "Thank you, little immortal." These people were incomparably excited and bowed again. "There's no need to do this. You don't have to do this." Yi Fan hurriedly stopped them. On the way, Yi Fan consulted Xianxia, asking him how he could see that there was an Origin Stone in the mountain. "That stone mountain has a heavy aura. There are scales at the top and stone vines twining around the waist of the mountain. In addition," Xianxia said a bunch of things before finally saying, "On the surface, this is a stone Origin Stone." Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Searching for the Origin Stone was actually so complicated. According to the old man, even the change in color of the ground when the sun, moon, and stars moved had to be taken into account. So complicated? Yi Fan was very surprised. "This is only the simplest method." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Searching for the Origin Stone is indeed incomparably profound. One needs to observe the landscape of the mountains and rivers, understand the movement of the underground veins, and sometimes correspond with the stars in the sky." Yi Fan couldn't help but be surprised. Searching for the Origin Stone actually had so many principles. It was simply broad and profound. "Is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. Xianxia is the most famous Origin Stone in our area. Xianxia is very accurate in looking for the Origin Stone. He rarely makes mistakes." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I've only learned the surface of the things passed down by my ancestors. This knowledge is about to be completely lost." Xianxia's ancestor was the Yuan Taoist master. He was able to find the dragon vein of the origin and fix the exceptional divine source in place, preventing it from escaping, Dumbo said from the side. "The Yuan Taoist master, the exceptional divine source can escape?" Yi Fan was very surprised. The divine source is alive. It is nurtured in the dragon vein of the origin. Even if the people of the world discover it by chance, it's difficult to catch it, a middle-aged man at the side added. Xianxia shook his head and said, "According to my ancestors' words, it's not the divine source that has life, but the creatures sealed within it still have life." "What?" Yi Fan was even more shocked. A mortal actually understood the divine source so well. "According to my ancestors' conjecture, those creatures are extremely tyrannical. Even the current powerful cultivators are probably not their match." Xianxia had nothing to hide when talking about the past. He said, "My ancestor once saw an ancient person walk out of the exceptional divine source with his own eyes. With a mournful howl, a mountain ridge collapsed." Yi Fan's heart trembled as his imagination ran wild. The northern region was really too mysterious. There were too many past events in this land. Although all life on the surface had been extinguished, the past events underground were not finished and had been sealed away. "How much did your ancestor know about ancient creatures?" Yi Fan asked. "Not much." Xianxia shook his head and said, "According to the words left behind by my ancestor, Those mysterious creatures are taboo existences in the northern region. It's best not to keep mentioning them, or bad things will easily happen. Your ancestor is the Yuan Taoist master, and his identity seems to be extraordinary. You actually know these secrets. The Yuan Taoist master is a title. In the distant past of the northern region, there were not many people with that title. Now, there are no such people anymore. The middle-aged man at the side seemed to be a little emotional. Hiss! Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not know much about the northern region. It seemed that the Yuan Taoist master had a great background and was probably not as simple as a mortal. In the northern region, there's a place called the Jade Lake. They all respectfully invited Xianxia's ancestor to be a guest there. Dumbo interrupted. What? Yi Fan was shocked. To attend a banquet at the Jade Lake Holy Land, it seemed that the Yuan Taoist master was definitely an extraordinary person. It was unimaginable that he could search for the dragon vein and stabilize the divine source. Did the people from the Jade Lake come to your village after that? Yi Fan asked. They came once 500 years ago. Unfortunately, the Book of Source of Heaven had been lost for thousands of years. Later generations only learned the surface and couldn't help them much. Xianxia shook his head. Yi Fan felt that the Yuan Taoist master was extraordinary and difficult to fathom, so he asked, I think your ancestor must be an extraordinary person. Did he later come to this village to enjoy his old age? Xianxia sighed and said, the Yuan Taoist master knows too much about the secret of the source. Bad things will definitely happen. Chapter 185. The matters of the ancient past passed with the passage of time, and the dust of history was buried beneath the earth. This was the truest portrayal of the northern region. As the years went by, the once vibrant earth became desolate, and the races of the past had become the smoke of history. Now, there was only endless emptiness and desolation left in the northern region. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing in the boundless earth, only a drab reddish-brown. Xianxia's village was 200 li away. At this speed, they would be able to rush back before sunset. Yi Fan was also riding a horse beside Xianxia, earnestly asking him about all kinds of secrets regarding the origin. 1,000 years ago, the heavenly Book of Source had been lost, and many secret methods to search for the origin were lost. Xianxia was very regretful, and he would sigh whenever he talked about this matter. Yi Fan was also somewhat disappointed. That was definitely a wondrous book, and he really wanted to take a look at it. Searching for the origin of the dragon vein and determining the peerless divine source. Such methods were universally shocking. Once he grasped it, he would definitely become an honored guest of the Holy Land. This wondrous book possessed inestimable value. The galloping horses left behind a dozen or so trails of smoke and dust. After more than 2 hours, the horses' speed became slower and slower. They had only galloped for 70 to 80 li, and they were not fine steeds with ordinary stamina. Hiya! Suddenly, 7 or 8 horses appeared on the horizon. Their speed was extremely fast, like a whirlwind, stirring up smoke and dust into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived before them. These people's mounts were not ordinary horses. All of them were tall and sturdy with shining scales. These were dragon-scaled horses. Their bodies were covered in green scales, and they could travel 4,000 to 5,000 li in a day without tiredness. Not good, they're roving bandits. The expression of the quick-witted youth named Wang Shu changed. All of you stop. A dark-skinned middle-aged man shouted. The 8-hide dragon-scale horses surrounded them, blocking Yi Fan and the others. The people on the horses shouted, hand over the source capital you've excavated, or this will be your burial ground. Yi Fan had finally experienced the complexity of this chaotic land. In broad daylight, roving bandits ran amok, and people were killed and robbed at the slightest provocation. Sir, we didn't collect a single source grain today. We didn't gain anything, Wang Shu explained with a smile. Cut the crap. Source gatherers like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Hurry up and hand it over, and we'll let you leave. Otherwise, this day next year will be the day of your death, the dark-skinned, middle-aged man in the center scolded. Sir, we really didn't find anything. If you don't believe me, you can search us all you want. We won't resist. Xianxia cupped his hands. Yi Fan patted Xiangwia's shoulder, telling him not to worry as he sized up these people. Old thing, stay on the side. A bandit walked up, staring at Yi Fan, feeling that his body seemed to have an origin aura. You still say you don't have any source? This young man with soft skin and tender flesh must have a lot of source on him. A bandit brandished his horsewhip, lashing it heavily at Yi Fan, cursing, You still dare lie in front of us? Bang. Yi Fan gripped the horsewhip and said to Xianxia and the others, You guys go ahead and wait for me. Little brat, who do you think you are? A mere source gatherer dares to act like this? The bandit swept his gaze around and said, Let's see who dares to leave. All of you, obediently wait here for me. Plop. Yi Fan pulled him off the dragon scale horse, but he didn't take his life. He had a lot of questions to ask these bandits. Xianxia and the others saw this and rushed into the distance without stopping. The bandit leader, who plundered all day long, naturally saw that something was wrong. He directly abandoned the dragon scale horse and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. Still want to leave? Yi Fan flicked his fingers, and 8 gusts of wind, like 8 hammers, smashed into their bodies. The 8 of them immediately fell to the ground. The bandit leader was only a life spring realm cultivator, so he couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Fan. These people all paled, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate. Are you really bandits or not? The source chi on you doesn't even add up to half a caddy. Yi Fan was quite dissatisfied. Tell me in detail what groups of bandits there are in the vicinity. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan led the 8 dragon scale horses and caught up with Xianxui's group. Will bringing these dragon scale horses back cause you trouble? The dozen or so young men were very envious, but Xianxia shook his head and said, Let them run their own course. Only bandits can ride them. If we have these strange beasts in our village, they'll be too conspicuous. Bandits run amok. Do the sects here not care? Yi Fan asked. How can they care? The bandits are like locusts. One batch leaves, another batch comes. There's no way to control them. It's about as long as they don't join in. I've heard that many sects support the bandits and secretly plunder. Yi Fan further understood the chaos and bloodshed in the northern region. This was simply a paradise for evil. No wonder cultivators from other regions want to adventure in the northern region. This place is lawless. As long as you have the strength, you can be a local tyrant. Yi Fan felt that this was very suitable for him. He didn't need to worry about source chi. Before sunset, they finally covered more than 200 kilometers. In front of them, there was a stockade made of stones. There were only a few dozen households, and all of them added up to no more than 200 people. When they approached, Yi Fan found that the folk customs were indeed tough. All the villagers, regardless of gender or age, were holding sharp knives. When they saw that it was Xianxia and the others who had returned, they heaved a sigh of relief and put down their sharp knives. Big Beard Chin is here again. He said that there are only 5 days left. If we don't hand over the source chi, he'll destroy our entire stockade. The villagers frowned and sighed in despair. The other teams that went out also didn't gain anything and returned without accomplishing anything. We've harvested too much source chi these years. The source chi in the nearby area has dried up. How can we harvest it in a short time? Yi Fan settled down. There were many stone houses in the northern region, but his residence was clean and meticulously tidied up. That night, Xianxia and the others warmly entertained him. They specially slaughtered a sheep, and everyone sat around the fire. The whole sheep was roasted to a golden and glossy color. After it was taken down from the fire rack, everyone ate large pieces of meat and drank large bowls of wine. Most of the men in the northern region were boorish and even had the air of bandits. Drinking was inevitable. Yi Fan ate to his heart's content. He had been constantly on the run these days, and this kind of feeling made him very relaxed. During the feast, he asked Xianxia about a few places and directions. Xianxia had someone bring over a cowhide map and pointed it out to him one by one. They were all within a radius of 50 kilometers. These were the strongholds he had learned from the mouths of several bandits. Now, Yi Fan urgently needed source qi to increase his strength. On that very night, he took action and successively raided 3 strongholds of the bandits. In the end, he was greatly disappointed. There were no more than a dozen bandits in each lair, and he only found a little more than 1 kilogram of source qi in 3 places. It's not enough for me. I need to find a great bandit to start with. Up until now, Yi Fan missed the source region of the Yaoguang Holy Land immensely. That place was truly a land of treasures. The areas outside were extremely barren and simply couldn't be compared to that place. This stone stronghold was located in an oasis with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. On the horizon was a lonely mountain that was thousands of meters high. There was no soil or vegetation. It was completely a stone mountain. Early in the morning, the sun shone down on the huge stone mountain, giving off an incomparably solemn feeling. When Yi Fan walked out of the stone house, he just happened to see Xianxia facing the morning glow and kowtowing to the mountain. This made him feel rather strange. The youth called Dumbo explained in a simple and honest manner. The first thing Xianxia does when he gets up every day is to kowtow to that mountain. Yi Fan's heart was moved. That mountain most likely wasn't simple. There might be some hidden secrets. At this time, Xianxia walked over. He didn't explain anything and only called him over to eat breakfast. Dumbo, let me ask you, what's so strange about that mountain? Yi Fan asked when there was no one else around. I don't know. Xianxia doesn't let us go near it. He says that it's an ominous place. Dumbo shook his head. After breakfast, Yi Fan strode forward like a wisp of smoke. Before long, he had arrived in front of the mountain. Its entire body was purplish-brown, as if it was polished from dark purplish gold. It was thick and heavy, reaching a height of 4,000 meters. It was extremely steep and impossible for mortals to climb it. Yi Fan was amazed to find that there were many knife marks and sword holes on its surface. They had almost been eroded and obliterated by the wind. Only by careful observation could he see them clearly. He tried to scratch a finger on the stone wall and found that it was extremely hard, comparable to refined iron. This kind of purple rock was very special. Yi Fan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a hard mountain had already been eroded to this state. Just when were the knife and axe marks left on its surface? Immeasurable. He slowly rose into the air and became more and more surprised. Not only were there knife marks on the stone wall at the foot of the mountain, but there were also knife marks all over the mountain, up to the mountainside. When he reached the mountainside, the purple mountain stood up and down like a giant sword piercing into the sky. It was a majestic sight. Yi Fan was shocked to find that other than the marks left by various kinds of weapons, there were also many palm prints and finger holes. They were almost eroded and blurry, but still vaguely discernible. These must be the marks left by the primordial era. Otherwise, such a hard purple rock would not have nearly obliterated the marks. After flying to the mountaintop, Yi Fan looked into the distance and found that there was a mountain ridge in every direction. There are 9 mountain ridges in total. They are extremely far away on the horizon and are barely visible. This purple mountain seems to be in the center. Yi Fan did not know much about mountains and rivers, so he could not find anything special about it. In the end, he only stared at this purple mountain. The top of the mountain was bare and there was nothing. The morning sun shone down, making the whole mountain look even more majestic. There's nothing special about it. Could there be an origin inside? Yi Fan took out the golden book and slashed at the open mountaintop. The purple mountain was extremely hard, especially the mountaintop. However, it was still cut open by the golden book. Sparks flew in all directions and rocks pierced through the air. Not long after, a large hole appeared on the mountaintop. Yi Fan frowned. He did not find anything out of the ordinary. This was not the kind of stone used to contain an origin, so it should not contain an origin. In the end, he returned to the stone stronghold without accomplishing anything. The next day, he woke up early and watched from afar. Sure enough, the first thing Xianxia did after leaving the house was to worship the mountain. During breakfast, he could not help but ask, "Old master, is that mountain very special? Why do you worship it every day?" Xianxia's expression froze. He then sighed and said, "That is an ominous place. You must not go there. My ancestor once said that no one in the entire northern region can provoke it. Provoke? Yi Fan was even more shocked. He asked, "What exactly is there on that purple mountain?" "I don't know what it is either. I only know that it is an ominous place." Yi Fan did not get anything out of him. He wandered around the stronghold and then found Dumbo. He asked him again, but he could not tell him anything either. The quick-witted young man, Wang Shu, happened to pass by. He had a good impression of Yi Fan and knew that he stayed behind to help the village. He said, "I know a little. Xianxia once cried bitterly when he was drunk. He said that it was an ominous place and that it had something to do with some ancient great emperor." Yi Fan was shocked at that time. How many great emperors had appeared in the entire Eastern Baron since ancient times? Just a few of them, but they ruled over the world and shocked the ancients and contemporaries. Almost no one could surpass their achievements. The terrifying supreme weapons of the Eastern Baron were all made by those few people. No one else could refine them. At this moment, Yi Fan felt his blood boiling and almost shouted, "Something to do with ancient great emperors?" He immediately thought of many things. Chapter 186. "Do you know the name of that emperor?" Yi Fan asked urgently. Wang Shu shook his head. "I don't know. I only heard Xianxia say something in his drunken state. It was an ancient emperor, but he didn't have a name." "I heard from my grandpa," Dumbo suddenly said mysteriously. "The reason the Zhang family lives here is to guard that purple mountain." "What did your grandpa say?" Yi Fan was shocked. "My grandpa also heard it from the older generation. It was just one sentence, but he didn't go into details." Dumbo thought about it and said, "I think he also said that the Zhang family's Book of Origin was lost 1,000 years ago because of that purple mountain." "What does the Book of Origin have to do with the purple mountain?" Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He really wanted to read that mysterious book. "My grandfather said that an ancestor of the Zhang family had disobeyed our ancestral teachings and entered that mountain, never to return, and the Book of Origin was lost from then on." Dumbo mumbled mysteriously and turned around to look after it was done, afraid that someone else would overhear. Great waves rose and fell within Yi Fan's heart. That purple mountain's origins were extremely great. It was definitely not ordinary. How many emperors had there been since ancient times? The ultimate weapons they crafted were unparalleled in power. One could dominate the world with just one, and the sacred grounds viewed it as their ultimate treasure. If one's body and the ultimate weapon were combined, one would be invincible. If one could continuously provide divine power, no one in the Eastern Baron territory would be a match for them. The achievements of the ancient emperors were hard to surpass. There was a theory that the ancient scriptures of the Eastern Baron territory were created by the emperors of different eras. How could Yi Fan stay calm when he thought of that? The ancient emperors had crafted ultimate weapons and created peerless ancient scriptures. They were all priceless treasures in the Eastern Baron territory. That purple mountain is related to one of the emperors. If I can find his cultivation method, it would be the same as obtaining a complete ancient scripture. Yi Fan believed that the cultivation method of the emperor must be unparalleled. If I can find another extreme weapon, just the thought of it made him excited. However, he soon calmed down. Xianxia had stressed again and again that that place was an ominous place. If he wanted to harvest something, perhaps it would be even harder than ascending to the heavens. Yi Fan left the stone stronghold again. Half a quarter of an hour later, he returned to the huge purple mountain and circled around it. "Is there anything in here?" he muttered to himself, but no matter how he observed, he could not find anything special. Even when he used his divine sense, he could not find anything. What did that great emperor leave behind here? Why does it have something to do with him? He hoped that there was an ancient scripture that hadn't been passed down to the world. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he could only think about it. The might of an ancient great emperor was hard to imagine. Even if there was something left behind, it was not guaranteed that they would be able to obtain it. Yi Fan returned to the peak of the purple mountain. At this moment, his expression froze. His face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Yesterday morning, he had used the golden book to hack open a huge pit. But now, The peak was completely flat without a trace. There was no damage at all. Everything was as good as before. How is this possible? Yesterday I clearly... Yi Fan quivered and shivered. Ominous place, these 4 words floated up in his mind. He quickly soared into the air, no longer standing on the peak. Why is it like this? Can it repair itself? Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. Or, yesterday I was tricked by an illusion. In fact, I didn't really hack open the peak. Could it be that there are some obscure Dao patterns? Yi Fan pondered for a moment before summoning the golden book. He retreated far away and controlled it to hack. Golden light curled up, stone fragments swirled in the air, and boulders rolled about. A huge pit was dug out on the peak. He grabbed a purple boulder and touched it with his own hands. This was definitely not an illusion. Then, he cut off a small piece of the purple stone and flew into the distance to observe the violet mountain in silence. Yi Fan was very patient. He stood in the distant sky for an entire day. Even when the sky was filled with stars and the majestic violet mountain stood there were still no changes. He was not anxious. He stood motionless in the sky and carefully observed with his divine sense. This place was related to an ancient great emperor, so he had no choice but to treat it seriously. He placed great hopes on it and wanted to understand everything about this place. Until midnight, Yi Fan discovered that the huge pit at the peak of the violet mountain was silently changing. It slowly leveled out and returned to its original state. And the stone in his hand had not disappeared and was still there. This mountain can grow on its own. Yi Fan was astonished. He did not continue to investigate. It was especially cold at midnight, and even with his constitution, he could feel waves of bone-piercing cold. Since the Zhang family was guarding this place, they must know some secrets. He did not want to act rashly, so he flew back to the stone stronghold. He decided to ask them in detail tomorrow. Yi Fan returned to the village. When he entered his stone house, he found that Xianxia was still awake and waiting anxiously for his return. "You finally returned. Did you go to explore the Violet Mountain?" Yi Fan nodded. Xianxia stood up and said anxiously, "Don't go there again. Didn't I tell you that it's not a good place? It's easy to get into trouble if you go there often. What kind of place is the Violet Mountain? How is it related to the ancient great emperor?" Yi Fan had to know these questions. "Fine, I'll tell you everything. Otherwise, you'll definitely go and explore." Xianxia sighed and said, "In fact, what I know is really limited. Please speak slowly. This Violet Mountain was discovered by my Zhang family's ancestor, who was the Yuan Taoist master of the past. He warned his descendants not to approach that place and to worship it from afar. That Yuan Taoist master solemnly warned that the Violet Mountain was related to an ancient great emperor and could not be blasphemed. Paying respect to it would benefit future generations. There are artifacts inside. You must not provoke them. Otherwise, it will bring about a great disaster. This is what my ancestor warned me again and again." Xianxia sighed and said, "Unfortunately, 1,000 years ago, an ancestor went against the ancestor's teachings. He broke open the Violet Mountain with the Book of Source and walked in." Yi Fan was even more moved. He felt that there was most likely a peerless divine source inside. Perhaps there might even be an extreme weapon. Xianxia saw through his thoughts and said, "There are indeed treasures inside the Violet Mountain. There is more than one divine source, but you must not have any ideas about it. More than one. Every time a peerless divine source appeared, it would shake the eastern wilderness. The lands of the great sage would offer a sky-high price and compete for it. There would even be bloodshed. One could imagine how rare the peerless divine source was to make the Holy Land shed all pretense of cordiality. How could Yi Fan not be shocked that there was more than one in the Violet Mountain? My ancestor was known as the Yuan Taoist master. His understanding of divine sources was unparalleled. He could determine the dragon veins according to the geography of the mountains and rivers, and he could use the star-lock divine source. At this point, Xianxia paused and said, he was also tempted to take the divine source from the Violet Mountain, but in the end he backed down. Why? Xianxia shook his head and said, he even thought of asking the fairies of the Jade Lake for help. But in the end, he gave up, fearing that he would implicate the Jade Lake. What? Yi Fan was shocked and said, taking the divine source from the Violet Mountain will implicate a holy land. He said it very vaguely, but I think that's what he meant. It might injure the Jade Lake. Yi Fan found it hard to believe. The Jade Lake Holy Land was a great power that had been passed down since the primordial era. The founder was a female Saint Empress who left behind an extreme weapon and even created an ancient scripture. After countless years of inheritance, the Jade Lake stood aloof from worldly affairs and stood tall. Could a Violet Mountain threaten them? Below the Violet Mountain, there are living creatures. After saying this, Xianxia's face was somewhat pale. He hurriedly kowtowed in the direction of the Violet Mountain, then stood up and said, "That's why I said, don't go. You won't get anything. If you force your way in, you will only harm your own life." Yi Fan's expression changed when he heard this. There were living things, so his chances were indeed somewhat uncertain. However, there were still some things he couldn't figure out. There were terrifying creatures from ancient times sealed within the exceptional divine source, and they were still alive. But what did this have to do with the great emperor? What did he leave there? I don't know either. What did the great emperor of ancient times leave behind? My ancestors didn't leave any clues. Zhang Wuye replied to this question. In the following 3 days, Yi Fan consulted Zhang Wuye and learned how to search for the source. The Heavenly Book of Source was a wondrous book. Even though only a small portion had been passed down, it was still very useful to him. The youth of the stone stronghold, Wang Shu, gave off a very quick-witted feeling. Seeing that Yi Fan was constantly learning how to search for the source, he laughed and said, "Little brother Yi, do you want to go gambling on stones?" Gambling on stones? Yi Fan was very surprised. He was no stranger to these two words. On the other side of the starry sky, gambling on jadeite ore was very popular. Yeah, don't you know? Wang Shu was puzzled. Tell me in detail. It's gambling on origin stones. Wang Shu explained patiently. Sure enough, it was similar to what Yi Fan had guessed. The stones produced by the vein of origin were very special, and even cultivators found it difficult to see through them. Whether it was divine sense or divine power, it was impossible to probe their insides. Only by truly cutting them open could one know whether or not there was an origin within. Yi Fan had long since known about this, but he hadn't expected that because of it, the gambling on stones would flourish. In the past, our stronghold was very rich. My grandfather's generation all went there to broaden their horizons and participate in gambling on stones. Wang Shu was very envious. It's okay. Tell me in detail what to pay attention to. I'll take you there in the future. Yi Fan was tempted. Actually, it's very simple. There are no rules. Wang Shu said a lot. I want to go too. Dumbo, who had been passing by and caught a whiff, came to them and said, but it's too far away, and the nearest place is hundreds of kilometers away. There's an oasis over 500 kilometers there, and it's very prosperous. That's a normal place for gambling on stones. I heard that the best place for gambling on stones is tens of thousands of miles away, in the most prosperous holy city of the northern region. Wang Shu had a yearning expression as he said, those holy lands. Half of the premium origin stones excavated from around the origin ancient mine are sent there. It's a paradise for gambling on stones. The land of the great sage. Yi Fan was surprised. That's right. Gambling on stones there is top-notch enjoyment. Even the powerhouses of the middle continent and the northern desert are attracted. I heard that they are all legendary figures among cultivators. Wang Shu's thoughts wandered as he said, everything is top-notch service. Even the ladies who cut the stones are goddesses. The food provided is rare in the world. Everything is made from rare beasts and birds, as well as divine herbs. Even the worst wine is 100 years old. It's really a pleasure to go there to gamble on stones. Dumbo pursed his lips. That's what the traveling Taoist priest said. You didn't see it with your own eyes. Who knows if it's true or not? Of course it's true. Wang Shu retorted. Have you forgotten about Zhang Wuye's ancestor? He was a Yuan Taoist master who experienced it all and left behind many legends. That's true. I forgot about that. Dumbo was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Brother Yi, do you really want to go gambling on stones by learning the source-seeking technique? Can you bring me along to broaden my horizons? Now that you mention it, I really want to go and see for myself. It would be great if I could gamble until a sacred ground collapsed. Yi Fan muttered to himself wickedly. What's so great about those sacred grounds? Dumbo said nonchalantly. I heard from my grandfather that the Yuan Taoist master, the ancestor of the Zhang family, made those sacred grounds' faces turn green from gambling. Yi Fan was surprised at those words. What? You're telling the truth? Of course. Dumbo continued, that's something that the elders in our village know. The Yuan Taoist master of the Zhang family left behind many legends. Wang Shu added, it's all true. There's not a single lie. Xianxia's ancestor won the source of God from those sacred grounds. How could their faces not turn green? They even wanted to jump into a river. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What kind of vision was that? He even had the source of God. He was able to find it. The so-called Yuan Taoist master was too shocking. Back then, Xianxia's ancestor didn't just manage to get a piece of God's source. Those holy lands were so anxious that they almost wanted to worship him. Dumbo had an intoxicated look on his face when he talked about these things, as if he was the one who did it. The Yuan Taoist master is so powerful. Yi Fan could not calm down. He felt that if he could learn such a mystical technique, he could make the Yaoguang sacred ground and the Ji family feel unbearable. Of course it's extraordinary. After all, since ancient times, there have only been a few Yuan Taoist masters in the northern region. Now, their lineage has long been severed, and they will never appear again. Wang Shu said mysteriously, Zhanghui's ancestor did many glorious things back then. What other glorious things? Yi Fan's interest was piqued. Wang Shu said in a low voice, he became a god through stone gambling. Not only did he make those sacred grounds turn green, but he also won the Jade Pool's Saintess. Yi Fan spat out the tea that he had just drunk. That works. It's just a rumor, right? It's true. Xianxia's ancestor was too good at stone gambling. He set his sights on the source stone of Jade Pool and gambled for 7 days and 7 nights. In order to recoup his losses, the Saintess accidentally gambled herself, but she still lost. At that moment, the fire of gossip in Yi Fan's heart burned fiercely. He asked, what happened in the end? Sigh, what a pity. The Zhang family's Yuan Taoist master didn't make things difficult for the other party. He politely let the Jade Pool's Saintess leave. Since then, his relationship with Jade Pool has been very special. Wang Shu looked regretful. Yi Fan also sighed. The Yuan Taoist master must be an extraordinary person. He wanted to read the Book of Source of Heaven even more. No, I have to find a way to make that extraordinary book see the light of day again. Yi Fan deeply understood how terrifying the sacred body of the ancients was. Every time he advanced to the next level, everything he needed would be multiplied tenfold. He made a preliminary calculation. The transformation of the 9 tiers of the Nirvana realm to the Great Perfection required a total of more than 50 kilograms of source. If he were to cultivate the first level of the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace, he would need 500 kilograms of source at a 10-fold rate. Even in the northern region, ordinary small sects didn't have that much source. If he were to cultivate the second level of the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace, he would need 10 times the source. Yi Fan almost fainted. It was too terrifying. He couldn't bear it at all. It was beyond reason. The sacred grounds would probably vomit blood after the astronomical figure was calculated. I have to get the Book of Source of Heaven. Yi Fan's face turned green every time he thought about the future cultivation. Without the Book of Source of Heaven, the sacred body of the ancients was a bottomless pit. He had to become the Yuan Taoist master. He couldn't let himself and others turn green. It seems like I have to take the risk no matter what. I won't touch the things in the Purple Mountain. I have to get the Book of Source of Heaven out no matter what. Brother Yi, why did your face turn green? Dumbo asked honestly. Nonsense. Why would my face turn green? It should be the people from the sacred grounds. Brother Yi, are you really going to gamble on stones? Wang Shu asked expectantly. Of course. I'm going to gamble the Saintess of Jade Pool. I won't let her go. Otherwise, I'd be worse than a beast. Chapter 187. Yi Fan had no other choice. He had to become the Yuan Taoist master. He didn't want to be cheated, so he could only let others be cheated. If he became the Yuan Taoist master, the holy city tens of thousands of miles away would be his paradise. Brother Yi, if you can really win a saintess back, can you also win a wife for me? Dumbo asked honestly. Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, no problem. If you can win a saintess back, it won't be a problem to win a fairy wife for you. Wang Shu laughed at Dumbo. In the stone village, apart from Zhang Wuya, who else knows more about the source? Yi Fan wanted to learn from the basics. It would definitely not be easy to become the Yuan Taoist master. The older generation knows a little, but in terms of proficiency, only Zhang Wuya is good at it. Yi Fan nodded. After coming to the stone village for a few days, his understanding of the source had improved a lot, and he needed to continue learning. In the afternoon of the same day, the people outside the stone village were shouting and neighing, and the people in the village were in a panic. Beard Chin is here with more than 10 people. They want to destroy our village. Hide quickly, the bandits are here with weapons. They want to wash our village with blood. Many young men organized the old and young to hide, and then rushed to the village gate with sharp knives. Damn bandits, they only know how to bully the common people. Why don't they go to those sects to rob? They are just dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong. Many of them are from those sects, and they all have the support of big forces. They are in cahoots with each other. The young men in the village were very strong-willed. Seeing the bandits rushing over, they were not afraid, and all of them were ready to fight. Today is not a fight to the death. Behave yourselves. Zhang Wuye and a few old men berated these hot-blooded youths. Outside the stone village, dust rose into the sky. Dozens of people on horses arrived in the blink of an eye, people shouting and horses neighing, and waves of murderous intent. Everyone was riding on dragon-scaled horses. Their green scales flickered, and they looked fierce and ferocious. Every one of them reeked of blood. It was clear that this was a group of vicious criminals who had killed many people, much more savage than normal bandits. In the past few days, Yi Fan killed some roving bandits within a circumference of 100 li, but he was never able to find this group of people. Today, they finally came knocking on his door. A man in his 40s was sitting on a dragon-scale horse in the middle. His curly hair was fluffy like a lion's mane, and he looked very fierce. People from the stone stronghold, get out here. Quite a few of the bandits shouted loudly. You dare to wait for us with knives? You really are tired of living. Many of the bandits had unkind expressions. Zhang Wuya walked out from the crowd and stood within the stone stronghold. Sirs, please calm your anger. Which man of the northern region doesn't carry a blade? We've always been like this. A bandit sneered and said, less nonsense. Have you prepared the resources that should be handed over? Don't tell me it's not enough and we need more time. We don't have the patience. If you don't hand over the source energy today, your stronghold will completely become a thing of the past. We will immediately flatten this place and turn it into a land of blood. This group of bandits were all clamoring. Waves of murderous intent pervaded the air. Zhang Wuye knew that this was definitely a group of executioners. They weren't just joking. He opened a bag of source energy, and it immediately flickered with brilliance, attracting the gazes of all the desperados. Not bad, the quality of these source energy is still passable. Old man Zhang, you're quite capable. You've really gathered all of it in such a short time. Big Beard Chin brought dozens of bandits forward. This old man doesn't dare to disobey the sir's orders. Zhang Wuye cupped his hands. Several kilograms of source energy glowed with a myriad of colors. Spiritual energy overflowed in all directions, and multicolored clouds circulated. These were all Yi Fan's source energy, and it just happened to be a little more than 5 kilograms. He didn't want to make a move in the stone stronghold because he believed that this group of bandits definitely had the support of some sect. If he started a massacre here, he might implicate this village. Therefore, he asked Zhang Wuye to give these source energy to them first. Big Beard Chin grabbed the source energy in one go and laughed heartily towards the sky. His laughter was like the beating of a broken drum, and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. Not bad, it just happens to be a little more than 5 kilograms. Consider yourselves lucky that this stronghold has avoided a calamity. He held the horsewhip and tapped Xianxia's head, saying, I've long heard that you, old thing, have extraordinary eyesight. As expected, your old arms and legs won't live for many years. In that case, you should properly search for source energy in this area. At this moment, Dumbo's eyes turned red. He rushed over and said, Big Beard Chin, where's my sister? Return my sister. Beside Big Beard Chin, a bandit laughed vulgarly and said, You're talking about the young girl we brought back a month ago. She tasted pretty good, but unfortunately, we weren't satisfied yet. She already jumped into the river half a month ago. I'll fight it out with you guys. Dumbo immediately burst into tears. Although he was a little dazed, he was very strong. 4 or 5 youths in the stone stronghold couldn't hold him down even if they worked together. A fool like you dares to challenge us? The few bandits' gazes immediately straightened. If you dare to talk back again, we'll immediately destroy your stronghold. This group of people killed without batting an eye. They were all desperados and they would do what they said. Sister! Dumbo cried loudly. Although he was usually a little silly and carefree, he was now heartbroken. He cried bitterly and struggled there, veins popping up all over his body. An old man in the stronghold walked over and tapped on his body, instantly making it hard for him to move. The young men at the side all gripped the hilt of their blades tightly, wanting nothing more than to rush over immediately. Why are you angry at a fool? A bandit smiled maliciously and said, I remember last time I saw this fool had a sister who was also very pretty. Let's take her away this time. Fool, bring your sister here. A bandit came forward, waved his horsewhip, and pointed at Dumbo. Sirs, you can't do things like this. We've already handed over the source energy as requested. Don't hurt the people in our stronghold anymore. Xianxia came forward. Old thing, mind your own business. We still have things to tell you later. Stay on the side for now. A few bandits pushed him to the side and forcefully whipped Dumbo a few times. Get up and call your sister here. One of them released the seal on his body. I'll kill you all. Dumbo bit his lip until it bled. He grabbed the sharp knife on the ground and was about to fight with his life on the line. When the other youths saw this, they all raised their shining blades and approached with large strides. How rebellious! A group of mortals dare to resist. The group of thugs raised their eyes. One of them waved his whip heavily and hit Dumbo to the ground. He spat and said, You fool, if you don't want to live, don't drag your village down with you. Hurry up and bring your sister here. Otherwise, I'll bathe this place in blood. This group of people was extremely violent and unreasonable. I'm talking, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and call your sister here. Another person ruthlessly whipped Dumbo a few times. The youths in the stronghold all felt their blood boiling. They wanted nothing more than to attack immediately. Forget it. Don't mess around this time. Behind them, Beardchin waved his hand. He was afraid of stirring up public anger because he still needed the people of this stronghold to work. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, Old thing, you're really good at finding the source. Now that we urgently need the source, I'll give you another mission. What mission? Hand over another 2. 5 caddies of source within 20 days. What? We just handed it over. Xianxia looked forward. Beardchin faked a smile and said, This is the last time because we really need it at this stage. You'll benefit from it in the future. But we really can't find it in such a short time. What's with all this nonsense? Beardchen's face immediately darkened. He turned his horse around and left, leaving only a cold sentence. If you can't gather 5 caddies of source in half a month, just wait for your stronghold to be destroyed. Old thing, you should use the few years you still have left to live. A bandit whipped him and spat before riding away on his dragon-scaled horse. You fool, I'll let you off easy. Be careful next time. Another bandit whipped Dumbo a few times and flew away on his horse. These bastards deserve to be cut 1,000 times. Why aren't these blood-sucking bugs struck to death by lightning? The people in the stone stronghold were furious. Looking at the departing figures, everyone clenched their fists. Dumbo howled like a wild beast. Wang Shu hugged him tightly and did not let him chase after him. Yi Fan walked over and patted Dumbo's shoulder. "Follow me." Zhang Wuye and the others did not ask any questions. They knew what Yi Fan was going to do. It was good to bring Dumbo along, or else this child would definitely go crazy. The dozens of bandits traveled to 7 or 8 small oases and collected a total of more than 10 caddies of source. Only then did they leave on their horses and rush into the distance. Yi Fan brought Dumbo and followed them unhurriedly. He realized that this group of people was very cautious. They stopped from time to time, afraid that someone would follow them. After traveling for more than 300 miles, they arrived at the stronghold of the bandits. They did not make much of a commotion here. Every time they went far away to plunder. With so many source collected this time, the old man should be able to break through. Bearded Chin whispered to a bandit next to him. Not long after, they entered a mountainous area full of stone forests. There was no vegetation here, only a river flowing through. "We have to send these source to the old man as soon as possible." Yi Fan was surprised. Through their conversation, he learned that there was really a sect supporting them. "Is the Xianxia sect famous here?" Yi Fan asked Dumbo. "I think I've heard of it. Now that I think about it, my grandfather and the others have discussed it. Within a radius of 500 miles, it is the sphere of influence of the Xianxia sect," Dumbo said while staring at the river in the depths of the stone forest. "People can't come back to life after they die. Think about it." Yi Fan patted his shoulder, then probed with his divine sense and found that there were a total of 51 slayers. Bearded Chin and another person had reached the divine bridge realm. There were also 7 or 8 life spring realm cultivators, and the rest were at the lowest level of the bitter sea realm. He did not want to let anyone go. According to the records on the ancient animal skin scroll, he engraved some Dao patterns around the stone forest and sealed the area. "All right, go and avenge your sister." Yi Fan walked into the stone forest with Dumbo and used his hand as a knife to cut off a few stone spears. "Who are you?" a slayer shouted. "Poof!" Yi Fan pointed a finger and a golden light rushed out. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead and his corpse fell to the ground. "Who trespassed into our territory?" With a whoosh, all the bandits rushed over. "So it's you fool. How dare you come here? Did you bring your sister?" "No, this is not your sister. It's a young man." A group of slayers did not see the corpse not far away and walked forward recklessly. In the distance, Bearded Chin felt that something was wrong. He did not say anything and wanted to fly away. However, he was blocked by the Dao patterns and could not escape. He anxiously shouted, "Brother, kill them for me." "Dumbo, you look silly, but your sister is very lively." This group of slayers still did not know what was good for them. Dumbo gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. "You are guilty of many crimes. Today you can end all your crimes." Yi Fan kept pointing and one corpse after another fell. Their foreheads were all pierced by the divine light. The bandits panicked. Even though they had killed people all year round, they still felt fear when it came to themselves. Poof, poof. Yi Fan threw out the stone spear in his hand and nailed 5 people to the ground. These people had a deep hatred for Dumbo. Yi Fan patted his shoulder and told him to take revenge himself. Otherwise, he would be stifled by this kind of anger. "Ah!" The person who was nailed to the ground screamed. Dumbo almost went crazy. He slashed and bit his mouth, his body covered in blood. "You scum, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some power?" Yi Fan stared at Bearded Chin. Do you know where we came from?" Bearded Chin looked fierce on the outside, but he was weak on the inside. He had been rolling around piles of dead people all year round, so his intuition was very sharp. He knew that today was a bad day. "Aren't you just serving an old fart from the Xianxia sect?" Yi Fan sneered and said, "I'll deal with you guys first. When I'm free, I'll find a chance to kill that old fart and get rid of the scourge for this place. As a sect of the northern region, you're secretly doing such a heartless thing. How heinous. Before you kill us, You have to think about the consequences. You won't be able to survive in this area if you become enemies with the Xianxia sect. Bearded Chen roared and kept retreating. I won't shout to the whole world. Kevineth, me and I will know. Who else will know? Yi Fan sneered and said, I'm about to break through soon and I'm lacking some whetstones. I don't mind that the Xianxia sect will send someone to look for me. A green light flew out of the stone forest and slashed at Yi Fan's neck. It was as fast as lightning. Clang. Yi Fan gently flicked his finger, and a crescent blade instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Boom. He waved his fist and smashed it forward. With a loud bang, a large area of the stone forest in front of him was instantly shattered. The cultivator who was at the celestial bridge realm like Bearded Chin screamed as his bones were broken and his tendons were torn. He rolled on the ground. You've done all kinds of evil and your hands are stained with blood. Go on your way. Yi Fan repeatedly flicked his fingers, and rays of golden light shot out like shooting stars. Poof, poof, poof. The sounds were endless as corpses fell to the ground continuously. Don't kill me, Bearded Chin roared. Although he was the leader of the bandits, he was inferior to others at the last moment. Yi Fan shattered his sea of bitterness with his palm and threw him in front of Dumbo. At this moment, Dumbo had already torn apart the bandits that were nailed by the stone spears. His entire body was blood-red as he cried non-stop. Return my sister. He grabbed Bearded Chin and bit him fiercely. Yi Fan killed all the bandits and turned to walk into the depths of the stone forest. He found more than 10 kilograms of origin source. He really didn't know how many villages this group of villains had destroyed to collect so much. In addition, he also found an ancient jade that was half the size of a palm. This was a broken piece of jade, and it was obviously a broken piece. Holding it in his hand, he immediately felt an ancient and desolate aura, giving people a strange feeling. Map. Yi Fan was a little surprised. On this piece of ancient jade, there were some maps of mountains and rivers engraved. It was unknown how many generations it had been passed down, but these traces were almost erased. There was a word on it that made his heart tremble. Although it was almost blurry, he could still recognize it if he looked carefully. It was actually the word Emperor. Dumbo, don't kill him. I still have something to ask him. Yi Fan hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Bearded Chen was in a terrible state. His entire body was covered in blood, but fortunately, he was not dead. Where did you get this ancient jade? Bearded Chen had long been terrified. He said whatever he was asked. When the brothers dug the origin, or they dug it out from the origin vein. He kept kowtowing and hugged Dumbo's legs, begging the two of them, spare me. How could it be something sealed in the origin, or? There are words on this ancient jade. I can't explain it clearly. It's an ancient mine left behind from the primordial times. I picked it up from the ancient mine when I was digging for origin source. Where is that ancient mine? Yi Fan shouted. The ancient jade from the primordial times made his heart tremble, especially the word Emperor on it. It made him deduce many things. One had to know that in this area, the Purple Mountain was related to the ancient Great Emperor. He wanted to enter it to search for the Book of Origin. Now that he had obtained such an ancient jade, he had no choice but to make some connections. Don't kill me. I'll bring you to find it. Bearded Chin seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Yi Fan kicked him away and probed out with his powerful divine sense. He directly pierced into his sea of consciousness and read the memories in his heart. This was the benefit of having a powerful divine sense. The other party's sea of consciousness seemed to be defenseless against it as it directly broke through. Yi Fan frowned. This guy really did all kinds of evil. He had done countless evil things. Soon he found the information he wanted. The ancient mine was 200 kilometers away. It was not that far. All right, Dumbo, continue taking revenge. Yi Fan stood up. 2 hours later, Bearded Chen's scream stopped. Dumbo cried and jumped into the river, constantly calling his sister's name. Yi Fan sighed. This was the real northern region. It was a paradise of evil. Without strength, any tragic things could happen. Let's go. Yi Fan let him wash in the river and threw him a set of clothes. Then, he wiped away all traces of the place and soared into the sky with him. When he was about to return to the stone stronghold, Yi Fan stared at the purple mountain that was thousands of meters tall and repeatedly looked at the ancient jade in his hand. Suddenly, another mountain ridge appeared in his field of vision. "It's here." He immediately caught onto something and flew high enough in the sky to look forward. There were 9 mountain ridges around the huge purple mountain. However, the distance was too far. The 9 mountain ranges were far away on the horizon, like caterpillars that were indiscernible. If it was drawn on a map, it would be clear that the purple mountain was in the center of the 9 mountain ridges. Yi Fan lowered his head to observe the ancient jade. The mountain ranges on the incomplete map should be the 2 mountain ridges in this area. The complete ancient jade map must have included the purple mountain. I didn't expect that at the end of the distant horizon, those mountain ridges are also related to the purple mountain. Yi Fan was shocked. Chapter 188. Yi Fan and Dumbo returned to the stone village, and in the days that followed, he earnestly learned the source-seeking technique from the elders in the village. At the same time, he was actively preparing to enter the purple mountain. He had to understand everything about it. "You're asking so many questions. Don't tell me you still want to enter the purple mountain?" In the past few days, Yi Fan had been asking about the purple mountain. Xianxia frowned and said, "You really shouldn't take the risk, or you'll only lose your life. Don't you want to find the original heavenly tome?" Yi Fan smiled. "I naturally don't want to lose the inheritance of something left behind by our ancestors, but what can I do? That ancestor didn't listen to our teachings 1,000 years ago and used it to break into the purple mountain. It never returned, and it's difficult to retrieve." According to Xianxia, the original heavenly tome was a spiritual item that could be used as a weapon. "If you tell me the details of the past, I might be able to find the original heavenly tome." Xianxia shook his head. "You've done our village a great favor, and I don't want you to throw away your life. I have a way to protect myself. Don't worry." No matter how he tried to persuade him, Xianxia was against taking the risk. 5 days later, Yi Fan arrived at an ancient mine about 50 kilometers away from the stone village. This was where Big Beard Chin and the others had found the ancient jade. Since the ancient jade was related to the purple mountain, he naturally had to investigate it. The place was desolate with no signs of human habitation. The ancient mine was eerie and had been abandoned for who knew how many years, and there was a musty smell coming from inside. It was a huge mine like a sinkhole. The underground was pitch black and bottomless, and one would feel a little scared just standing there. Could it be evil? The mine was extremely quiet without a single sound. Yi Fan went down 1,000 meters before reaching the bottom. He could not help but be surprised. This was a huge vein and it was truly rare. In the past, a large amount of source chi must have been dug out. Unfortunately, everything had been covered in dust since the primordial era, and there would not be any rare source chi left behind. Kacha! A sound came from beneath his feet as he stepped on a skeleton. It was probably someone who had died in the past 100 years, and not a corpse left behind from ancient times. The enormous ancient mine was full of blade and axe traces, all of them left behind by predecessors, recording the blood and tears of the past origin gatherers. Whoever left the ancient jade here must have an extraordinary identity. It's impossible for them to appear here for no reason. Yi Fan soon arrived at the place where the ancient jade was found, but there was nothing special about it. He searched for 2 hours, and then continued to move forward, wanting to explore the deepest part of the ancient mine. After walking for a full 5,000 meters underground, there was still no end. This huge mine seemed to lead to the netherworld, pitch black and silent. After walking another 3,000 meters, Yi Fan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The ancient mine was 8,000 meters long, yet they still hadn't reached the end. What kind of concept was this? Ordinary mines were only a few hundred meters long, but this mine was abnormally huge. He felt that it was impossible for it to be a single source vein. There should be many mines that had been dug through. But why was there only one exit? If this is a huge origin vein, then it might be the legendary dragon vein. Yi Fan was shocked. In other words, this place might have nurtured some divine origin before. Obviously, many people had come here after the primordial age and left behind many traces. After walking for a full 10,000 meters, Yi Fan finally reached the end. He heard the sound of water splashing. There was no path ahead, only a deep hole straight down. The sound of water was coming from there. Yi Fan looked down and felt that the underground river was very cold. It was like a blunt knife scraping his flesh, making his skin hurt. Strange, he thought for a moment, and then jumped in with a splash, moving forward in the underground river. The river water was bone-chilling. He used divine power to protect himself, but still felt cold. After walking for about a dozen miles, there were no longer any blade and axe marks left by mining. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and continued forward. He found an abnormal phenomenon. The direction of the underground river didn't change. It went straight forward for another 10 miles, and it was still the same. In the end, he followed the underground river for a total of 40 to 50 miles before he finally stopped. Because at this moment, he felt great danger. There was a funnel-like black hole in front of him. All the underground river flowed into it as if it could never be filled up. For some reason, after arriving here, Yi Fan shivered. The funnel-like black hole in front of him seemed to be able to swallow his mind. He felt his hair stand on end. This is not a good place. I came here for the ancient jade. I want to enter the Purple Mountain. I don't need to take risks here. Yi Fan didn't want to go deep into the huge black hole. He returned along the original path of the underground river. Only when he reappeared in the ancient mine did he sigh in relief. Ah! At this moment, Yi Fan was suddenly surprised. He thought of something and said to himself, could it be? He quickly rushed out of the ancient mine that was 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters deep. He came to the surface, confirmed the direction of the underground river, and ran on the ground. After rushing out for dozens of miles, which was the corresponding end of the underground river, Yi Fan was shocked. In front of him, a desolate mountain ridge lay across the blood-colored earth, blocking the way. It was like a young dragon, winding and lofty. With the Purple Mountain as the center, there were 9 mountain ridges in all directions. This was one of them. What a great work! Yi Fan sighed. The surrounding dozens of miles, even close to 100 miles, were all related to the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan had flown up to the sky to observe more than once. The 9 mountain ridges all faced the Purple Mountain in a regular pattern. He pondered for a moment and returned to the stone stronghold. He carved the Purple Mountain and the 9 mountain ridges according to a certain proportion on the cowhide and handed it to Xianxia. He asked, is there anything particular about this mountain landscape? Although Xianxia lived here, he was only a mortal. It was impossible for him to stand high in the sky like Yi Fan and take in everything. When he saw the clear topographical map, he stood up in shock and said, this is? You actually saw through it. So you know everything? My ancestors saw the extraordinariness of the Purple Mountain because of these 9 mountain ridges. Xianxia spread out the cowhide and said, take a look. What does this look like? I can't tell what it looks like, but I feel that the arrangement is very symmetrical. The 9 mountain ridges all face the Purple Mountain at the center. These are 9 dragon veins, surrounding and protecting a pearl. Yi Fan was somewhat speechless. How were these 9 mountain ridges like dragons? The Purple Mountain stood tall and straight like a great iron sword. It didn't look like a pearl at all. You haven't cultivated the Book of Origin, so you naturally wouldn't think in this direction. This is indeed a dragon vein, with 9 dragons surrounding and protecting a pearl. What's so particular about this? Yi Fan asked. It's too particular. The Book of Origin has detailed records, but I only know a little bit of it. This kind of general power has endless mysteries. Yi Fan's expression changed. What is it? My ancestor once said that the 9 dragons surrounding and protecting a pearl contains the extreme mysteries of the world's changes. What is so special about it? Yi Fan asked. Not to mention mortals, even powerful cultivators can't withstand this kind of general power. My ancestor only said one sentence. Only ancient emperors can touch this general power. Yi Fan's heart itched as he listened. He asked, did your ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, explain it in more detail? He didn't. But one thing is certain. My ancestor was frightened into retreating because he peeped into the Purple Mountain's heavenly secrets. At the same time, he didn't dare to ask the fairies of the Jade Lake for help. This. Yi Fan was shocked. The other ancestors of my Zhang family who cultivated the Book of Origin couldn't fully comprehend it. They could only speculate that this place hides a huge secret. Yi Fan wanted to know the answer more and more. He asked, could it be that they didn't find any clues and couldn't pry into the heavenly secrets? Many ancestors agreed that all of this pointed to the ancient great emperor, that he might have set up something terrifying here. What did he use the general power of this place to set up? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The primordial era that cultivators speak of is 100,000 years old. What was the use of the emperor from 100,000 years ago? Yi Fan didn't understand. The emperor had already returned to dust, so what was the point of doing all this? Perhaps it was prepared for later generations. Xianxia shook his head. Only by thoroughly comprehending the Book of Origin can we understand what the emperor wanted to do. There were living creatures there, and they belonged to races from ancient times. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. He couldn't understand the emperor's motives. I saw an ancient mine just now. It pointed to a distant mountain ridge. The ground had been dug out, and it looked like the dragon vein of the source. Could there have been a divine source there? Yi Fan talked about the abandoned ancient mine. In fact, the ancient mine leads directly to that mountain ridge. The 9 mountain ridges have all been dug out. This. Yi Fan was shocked. How big of a project was this? The methods of the ancient emperor are unimaginable. He could have done all this. This was also the work of the emperor, and not the work of later generations? Yi Fan asked. Xianxia said, some ancestors of my Zhang family speculated that the 9 dragon veins all had peerless divine source, but they were all dug out and gathered in that dragon pearl. How could this be? Yi Fan was shocked. The ancestors who studied the Book of Origin speculated that it was to promote the general trend of this place. They gathered the essence of the 9 dragon veins and stored it in the dragon pearl. The 9 dragons guarded the pearl and truly protruded the pearl. Everything was in the pearl. The plan laid out by the ancient emperor was all related to that purple mountain. The 9 mountain ridges were only the green leaves. I really want to know what the emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was trying to do. Since ancient times, there had only been a few emperors in the eastern wilderness. They could refine extreme weapons and create the most profound ancient scriptures. Their methods were heaven-defying. What was the emperor's purpose in going through so much trouble and making such a big move? Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan had learned a lot about the Book of Origin. He had prepared for a long time and learned enough details. He even knew where the ancestor of the Zhang family had entered the Purple Mountain all those years ago. Now, he decided to take action. He would enter the Purple Mountain and find the Book of Origin. The Purple Mountain had endless secrets, and the Book of Origin had endless magic. As long as he could obtain and cultivate the book, he would understand everything. I have to become the Yuan Taoist master. I have to take the risk. Otherwise, my path of cultivation will come to an end. Yi Fan decided to enter the Purple Mountain immediately. Chapter 189. Do you really want to enter the Purple Mountain? Xianxia had long since understood Yi Fan's intentions. He knew that he couldn't stop him no matter what. He sighed and said, wait a moment. He turned around and walked into the stone house. Before long, he laboriously carried out a large wooden chest. It was yellowish, obviously an ancient object. What's this? Yi Fan revealed a puzzled expression. 8,000 years ago, that ancestor also made meticulous preparations before entering the Purple Mountain. These are some of the things he left behind. Xianxia removed the iron lock and opened the large wooden chest. Suddenly, the smell of rotting wood wafted out. After who knew how many years, the inside of the wooden chest was somewhat decayed. This is... Yi Fan first discovered a set of stone armor. That's right, this was a stone armor formed by stringing together pieces of stone. It was simple, unadorned, and neatly stacked. What's this for? The workmanship of this stone armor was exquisite, and it seemed that a great deal of effort had been put into it. Xianxia took out the stone armor and caressed it with his hand. This was personally made by that ancestor 1,000 years ago. He wore one and left another behind. Yi Fan held the stone armor in his hand but didn't feel anything special about it. This kind of stone could be found everywhere, and it was precisely the kind of special stone skin that wrapped around the origin source. This kind of stone skin could obstruct the probing of a cultivator's spiritual sense. As a result, it was difficult to determine whether or not there was a treasure within any origin stone unless it was truly cut open. This was also the reason for the rise of stone gambling. Yi Fan believed that as long as he wanted to, he could easily crush this kind of stone skin. This kind of armor was of no use to him. Don't look down on this stone armor. It's not an ordinary item. It has a powerful spiritual nature. Xianxia seemed to have seen through his thoughts. It has a spiritual nature? Yi Fan carefully sensed it, but didn't find anything special. This is no ordinary stone skin. Xianxia caressed it with his hand, unwilling to let it go. This is the stone skin that was peeled off from the origin source. It's a material that could enter the eyes of the Yuan Taoist master. This is the old skin that wraps the origin source. Yi Fan brought the stone armor closer and carefully examined it, but still couldn't see anything. Different professions are worlds apart. You are a cultivator, but you don't understand how precious these stone garments are. Xianxia unfurled the stone robe and said, "Every origin seeker hopes to have a robe like this. You must know that digging for origin chi all day long will inevitably lead to some bad things, but this divine origin robe can ward off evil and evade those unclean things." Yi Fan nodded. He suddenly thought of many things. He had stayed in the source area of the Yaoguang Holy Land for a while. Strange things happened one after another. Of course, he knew how dangerous it was. The rock skin of the source of God has a special spirituality. It can avoid unclean things. According to what Xianxia said, this kind of stone skin coexisted with the divine spring. Once infected with its spirituality, it would already possess a spirit and could seek good fortune and avoid calamity. In the big wooden box, there was a stone helmet that could cover one's face. You must wear this stone robe and a good stone helmet to hide all the aura on your body. Perhaps it isn't sturdy enough, but it can isolate you from the outside world. Perhaps it can help you avoid the ominous creatures in the Purple Mountain, Xianxia solemnly warned. Yi Fan's heart was beating like a drum. Aren't the ancient and tyrannical creatures sealed in the divine origin source? It's hard to say what happens in the Purple Mountain. It's better to make more plans. In fact, I still say the same thing. I really don't want you to take risks. Yi Fan was indeed a bit apprehensive. I don't want to enter the depths of the Purple Mountain. I'll immediately return as soon as I find the heavenly book of source. I don't want to alarm some living creature. Also, take this stone pendant with you. Xianxia took out a stone pendant from the big wooden box and said, "This was refined by an ancestor of my Zhang family. If you're really targeted by evil spirits, it might display some wonderful effects." Clang. Xianxia pulled out a stone saber. The wooden scabbard had long since decayed and shattered the moment he pulled the saber out. The saber was no more than 2 feet long and was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. In addition, there were also some strange patterns. You might see some strange things under the ground. They're bizarre and dazzling. Unless you have no other choice, don't fight them head-on. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Regardless of whether it's a ghost or something else, if it doesn't attack you first, treat it as an illusion. You can use this saber to open the way. Yi Fan was a bit scared. He hadn't taken Xianxia's advice seriously before, but now he was a bit uncertain. Finally, Xianxia took out an astrolabe and said, "This astrolabe has been passed down to my generation and contains a large amount of the divine power of the constellations. Keep it well. It will come in handy at a critical moment. If you fall into a ghost mine, it will help you find a way out." Yi Fan was really a bit speechless. He wanted to beat a retreat and mumbled, "I say, old man, are you supporting me or scaring me? Why am I getting more and more scared?" The stone clothes, stone pendant, stone saber, and stone astrolabe were all carved from the old skin of the divine source. There was nothing special about them, but they contained spirituality. "Old man, Where did that first ancestor of your family go in the end? Did he enjoy his old age in this village? The first ancestor of the Zhang family was a Yuan Taoist master. Such a character could be considered a miracle. Since ancient times, only a few people had appeared in the northern region. Yi Fan had once asked Zhang Wuya about the Yuan Taoist master's whereabouts. The old man had vaguely said that the Yuan Taoist master knew too much about the secret of origin and that something ominous would happen in his old age. His life and death are a mystery. The old man shook his head. What happened? Countless years ago, 5 Yuan Taoist masters appeared in the northern region. In their old age, they all encountered very strange things. Our Zhang family's first ancestor was no exception. What strange things? Yi Fan asked. In his old age he saw many unclean things, but others couldn't see them. He said that was the final fate of the Yuan Taoist master. Unclean things? Yi Fan was shocked. Yes, in the end he disappeared to an unknown place. On the night he left, a red whirlwind blew outside, and a strange, terrifying creature howled endlessly for an entire night. I say, old man, I'm not scared. If you want to dissuade me, just say it. Why do you have to do this? I'm not scaring you. What I said is true. The first ancestor of the Zhang family really disappeared just like that. When the saintess of the Jade Pool found out, she searched for him all over the northern region, but to no avail. In the end, she personally built a cenotaph for him. Zhang Wuya sighed. That was an extraordinary person who made all the great sages' face turn green. Yet, in his old age, he actually died mysteriously. This made Yi Fan feel complicated. Is there no clue at all? On that night, there was a 4-year-old child in my Zhang family who accompanied the first ancestor. He was scared silly. Zhang Wuya shook his head and said, he was only cured after more than half a year. According to him, what did that child say? Yi Fan asked when he saw the old man stop talking. He said that on that night he saw one of the grandfather's hands covered in red hair. He also saw a humanoid creature walking outside the window. He only turned his head, and the first ancestor disappeared forever. I say, old man, you can't scare people like this. You clearly know that I'm going to enter the Purple Mountain. These are all passed down from generation to generation. I've never told anyone about it. Zhang Wuya shook his head. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this blood-colored land was filled with too many mysteries. Many things were probably beyond his imagination. How strong is the Yuan Taoist master? Are you talking about his battle prowess? Yi Fan nodded. When my first ancestor was young, he fought to a draw with the saintess of the Jade Pool, Zhang Wuya said calmly. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath. This kind of person was truly an extraordinary person. As the Yuan Taoist master, he still had such strength. It was no wonder that the saintess of the Jade Pool became his confidant. After becoming the Yuan Taoist master, I can stabilize the dragon vein and lock the divine source. It's impossible for me not to be strong. Zhang Wuya yearned. In the end, Yi Fan still went on his way. Little brother Yi, when are you coming back? Wang Shu saw him off. He didn't know that he was going to the Purple Mountain and only thought that he was going on a long journey. Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. When the time comes, I'll take you guys to gamble on stones. I'll gamble until those holy lands turn green in the face and get a saintess back. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he will never return. Dumbo waved his hand honestly. How come you only remember this line after all the things I've taught you? Yi Fan was speechless. I'm afraid you won't come back. Dumbo scratched his head. Yi Fan felt that he couldn't argue with him. He smiled and waved his hand behind him. He quickly left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. According to Zhang Wuya, if he wanted to enter the Purple Mountain, he could only go through the 9 dragon veins and move underground. Then he would cut open the Purple Mountain underground and enter the interior. Otherwise, he would be trapped in a hopeless situation if he directly made a move outside the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan chose the dragon vein in the east. He wanted to go deep from there because that was the path that the ancestor of the Zhang family had taken 1,000 years ago. He recited the ancient scripture recorded in the ancient bronze coffin in his heart. From time to time, he would carve a few words into the cauldron made from the source chi of all. He had been like this for the past 2 months. Even though those words couldn't stay for long and would soon disappear, he still continued to carve them. This was the root of the source chi of all, and it was his greatest reliance. Even if the void were to shatter, he could hide in the cauldron and escape the calamity. The towering mountain range was majestic and imposing, like a crouching dragon, lying in front of him. The tall stone ridge was bald and reddish-brown. There was no vegetation, and it was tinged with purple, similar to the Purple Mountain. According to Xianxia, this dragon vein had been dug out a long time ago. There was a dragon passage underground that led straight to the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan didn't make a move directly. He didn't want to break the earth and go deep. He didn't want to cause damage like this, lest he caused a bad result. He searched patiently and finally found an ancient mine. 1,000 years ago, that ancestor of the Zhang family had entered from here. Yi Fan put on the stone clothes and immediately felt that it was airtight. The aura around him was sealed and couldn't leak out in the slightest. He carried the astrolabe on his back, held the stone knife, and hung the stone pendant on it. He silently floated down into the ancient mine. Yi Fan secretly measured the depth. He was incomparably shocked. He fell for 3,000 meters before reaching the bottom of the mine. The pitch-black ancient mine was excavated more than 100,000 years ago. It was filled with the aura of time, and this place was extremely quiet. Yi Fan moved his feet lightly. He didn't use divine power, but walked forward step by step, carefully sensing everything around him. Everything here was related to the ancient great emperor. It brought him a heavy pressure, and he had never been so cautious. In this way, Yi Fan silently walked several li. The ancient mine became darker and darker. What is that? Suddenly he was startled. There was the sound of wings flapping in front of him. He could vaguely see a humanoid creature flapping its wings and rushing over. I just came in, and I already encountered an archaic race? Yi Fan cried out in alarm. Chapter 190. It was indeed a humanoid creature with a height of 2 meters and a wingspan of 4 meters. It pounced on Yi Fan from the depths of the ancient mine. Its sharp claws were like knives, shining with cold light. It went straight for Yi Fan's throat. At the same time, a strange wave came out of its mouth, making people's eardrums buzz. Yi Fan raised the stone knife and stabbed it, cutting off the humanoid creature's path. Clang! The pair of sharp claws hit the stone knife, making the sound of metal and sparks. Didn't Mr. Zhang say that stone clothes can ward off evil spirits? Why did I provoke an unknown creature as soon as I came in? Yi Fan was confused, but he was not afraid. He felt that this humanoid creature was not difficult to deal with. Swish! The humanoid creature spread its wings and soared into the sky. It gathered its strength again and pounced down again. This time, a bright light came out of its mouth and chopped down like a sharp knife. Yi Fan put away the stone knife. This creature obviously had an innate magic. If he used the stone knife to kill it, it would definitely break. He opened his 5 fingers, and 5 beams of sword light rushed up like dazzling lightning, illuminating the pitch-black ancient mine. Clang! The light blade from the humanoid creature's mouth was broken, and the other 4 beams of sword light all chopped on its body. Blood splashed, and the humanoid creature was pierced. It flapped its wings fiercely, trying to escape to the depths of the ancient mine. Yi Fan could not let it escape. He shouted lightly, and a wave of air rushed up to the sky, shaking it down directly. He knew that this was definitely not a creature from the primeval age. Otherwise, it would not be so weak and far from the legend. Yi Fan stepped forward, unfolded its wings, and revealed its real body to observe carefully. This humanoid creature was 2 meters tall, covered with gray fur, and its wings were made of flesh. It looked like a giant humanoid bat. Yi Fan thought of the records in the ancient books. This was a species that lived underground. It was called the demon bat, which was very rare and almost impossible to see. Legend has it that after bats gained intelligence and became almighty beings, the descendants they gave birth to, after dozens or even hundreds of generations, their blood would gradually become diluted, and if they couldn't improve, they would degenerate into devil bats. According to the records in the ancient books, any place where the demon bat appears must be a place of great evil. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He didn't know if it was their nature, but it was said in the ancient books that this kind of rare underground creature lived at the edge of the danger zone. This is not a good sign, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought that the Purple Mountain might have left behind the inheritance of an ancient great emperor, but now it seemed that it was hostile. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and continued forward. After 10 li, he encountered a huge problem. There were more than 100 demonic bats, and he didn't show any mercy. If they dared to attack him, he would kill them with the golden book. In the end, a giant demonic bat that was 5 meters long and had a wingspan of 10 meters appeared and was smashed by his fist. Only then did the ancient mine quiet down. After advancing for more than 10 li, everything was silent. The ancient mine was pitch black and very gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Did I enter the danger zone?" Yi Fan advanced for another 7 or 8 li, neither fast nor slow. He advanced slowly and saw many stone carvings on the cave walls, which were left by the ancient people's knives and axes. It was a very simple pattern that recorded all kinds of things that happened in the past. Yi Fan didn't feel bored, but he looked at it patiently. At first, they were all very trivial things, but later on, there were many corpses in the carvings, and those people were all lying on the ground. Did the ancient people from hundreds of thousands of years ago want to leave something behind? The more Yi Fan looked, the more surprised he became. He felt that this was a story. In the end, these people dug out strange things and more people died. Later, a creature with a single horn between its eyebrows appeared, and it was dug out from the mine by the ancient people. Everyone was almost wiped out. This person with a horn between his eyebrows had 6 arms and a pair of wings, and he looked down on the world. In the picture, he roared at the sky, the earth cracked, the mine collapsed, and underground magma spewed out. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath of air. Could this be a creature from the divine source? Its roar shook heaven and earth. This type of power truly made one tremble in fear. No wonder so many people died. The later carvings were even more shocking. That horned humanoid creature actually knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards an enormous piece of divine source. Such a powerful creature is still trembling with fear, kowtowing to others? Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He impatiently looked at the next carving, wishing to see what the creature inside the exceptional divine source looked like, to see how it could have this type of power. In the following carving, the creature inside the exceptional divine source didn't appear, and it was still hazy. Even though it didn't appear in the world, there were endless corpses in the surroundings. Countless people collapsed, extending into the distance. What exactly is inside that piece of divine source? Yi Fan couldn't help but feel shocked. It didn't even appear in the world, yet there was already endless slaughter. According to the carvings, the number of people who died was uncountable, at least in the tens of thousands. In the next few carvings, the divine source was there, but no creature appeared. It only showed that there were more and more corpses around, piling up into mountains, and many of them were cultivators. The blood converged into a real river, meandering into the distance, just like the underworld. As for the creature with a horn on its forehead, 6 arms under its shoulders, and wings on its back, it knelt devoutly beside the divine source from beginning to end. Such a tragic thing happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. How many people died? According to the carvings, this land has clearly collapsed, so why does the ancient mine still exist? Yi Fan originally came to find the Book of Origin, but now he was deeply attracted by the carvings in the ancient mine. In the following carvings, the exceptional divine source was still very hazy, and no creature appeared, only human corpses piling up. And the humanoid creature kneeling in front of the divine source didn't make a move, and it kept kowtowing. The creature in this divine source was most likely a terror-level existence before the primeval age. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. He continued to look, and the creature still didn't walk out of the divine source, but there were more and more corpses of cultivators around it, and blood dyed the ground red. In the end, a human expert shrouded in a halo descended from the sky, and everything began to change. It was impossible to see its appearance, and it was even impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Its entire body was surrounded by auspicious colors, and there was only the word Emperor carved above its head. The great emperor of ancient times. Yi Fan was shocked, and he quickly looked down. As expected of the great emperor who ruled over the world, he suppressed the humanoid creature with a horn on its forehead and devoutly guarding the divine source with one move, and directly smashed it into the ground. That kind of aura was majestic, and the ancient person used a simple style to carve out a bit of the soul, showing the supreme power of the great emperor. All directions cloud destruction, spirit-piercing rainbow, stars and moon trembling. This was the power of a great emperor. He suppressed the humanoid creature as soon as he made a move. In the following carvings, he directly attacked the divine source, but it was a pity that at this point, the walls of the ancient mine were broken, and the carvings were broken, so it was difficult to see the result. Skipping over this part, Yi Fan continued to look. He felt like he had returned to the ancient land hundreds of thousands of years ago, and he could feel the supreme power of the great emperor. The existence in the exceptional divine source was obviously very terrifying, and it was extremely powerful, forcing the great emperor to take out a weapon. It was a huge bell that was as tall as the sky, and it pressed down, covering the divine source. An extreme weapon. Yi Fan was shocked, and the power of the great emperor's weapon was indeed terrifying, and he had never seen such power before. It was as if the supreme power of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was about to break through the wall. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and the unparalleled divine might of the great emperor of ancient times made him yearn. In the next carving, the divine source cracked, and the creature inside still walked out. However, it only depicted her reaching out a delicate palm, and the stone wall behind it shattered again, so it couldn't be seen in its entirety. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down, and he quickly walked forward. However, after walking for a long distance, the stone wall was all broken, and the carvings had all fallen off. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and if it wasn't for the special materials in the mine, there was no way it could have been preserved until now, so it was normal for it to be destroyed. Only when he walked out 100 meters did the carving reappear. Unfortunately, the battle had already ended. The great emperor used the extreme weapon, the bell, to suppress the archaic creature, sealing it in the exceptional divine source. In the end, he still couldn't see the true appearance of that terrifying creature. A delicate palm like jade, it seems to belong to a woman, yet it is so powerful. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The creatures of the archaic era were hard to fathom as expected, not dying in the divine source, and actually living until the future. However, he admired the great emperor even more, suppressing such a terrifying creature. As expected of an outstanding hero that overlooked the boundless world. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the course of that great battle. The 100-meter-long stone wall was destroyed, and it must have recorded the most exciting and intense scenes of the battle. Yi Fan walked forward another dozen or so meters, and finally finished looking at the last carving. The great emperor from the primordial era restored the earth to its original state, and then used the bell to suppress the divine source before flying towards a distant mountain. Purple Mountain. Yi Fan recognized the mountain at first glance. It was the Pearl of the Nine Dragons Guard. After seeing all of this, he didn't move forward, and instead stood in place for a long time, silently thinking. This was a carving left behind by the ancients from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it recorded some of the events of the past. All kinds of excavations of the ancient mine were recorded in the carving. This mine was under a mountain ridge, which was also under a so-called dragon vein. In this area, there were a total of 9 dragon veins, and they guarded a pearl. They definitely had divine source, so did this mean that there were terrifying creatures in every dragon vein? Could it be that similar things had happened to them, and they were finally suppressed by the great emperor? In the source area of the Yaoguang Holy Land, when the brilliance of the pyramid flowed and the green vitality reappeared, Yi Fan had seen the formation of the source with his own eyes. It was purely a coincidence that the creatures were sealed in the source. The source fluid dripped down and sealed the corpses on the ground. Did the tyrannical creatures from the primordial era here passively seal the source, or did they enter the dragon vein and sleep in the exceptional divine source? Logically speaking, once the divine source solidified, one couldn't enter. After all, the mine had already formed, and if one forcefully entered, the divine source would only shatter, and there was no way to protect it. This was a primitive source vein, and it wasn't man-made. However, Yi Fan didn't think it was so simple. If the tyrannical creatures from the primordial era sealed themselves in the divine source, then he could think of more. There were 9 dragon veins here, and there were at least 9 pieces of divine source. If there were terrifying creatures sealed in all of them, did they know each other? In the distant past, could it be that the 9 terrifying ancient creatures knew each other and made the same choice? Zhang Wuye's ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, once said that only the great emperor could touch the general influence of this place. In the distant ancient times, those ancient creatures chose this place, and they dared to touch this general influence. Thinking further, Yi Fan thought of another terrifying result. There were tyrannical creatures from the primordial era who had already occupied this place. Did this mean that the Purple Mountain was also the same? If that was the case, and there was a terrifying creature in each of the 9 dragon veins, what were they guarding? Only the great emperor could touch the general influence of this place. The great emperor of the human race was a latecomer, and when he appeared, other races had already occupied this place. Yes, according to this speculation, that great emperor had come too late. Everything is in the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan understood that the root of everything was ultimately concentrated in the Purple Mountain. Chapter 191. The pitch-black ancient mine was silent. Yi Fan stood there for a long time and thought about many things. In the end, he didn't change his mind and chose to move forward. He moved forward alone at a steady pace, observing everything around him. However, there were no more carvings on the rock walls. Everything just now was over. After moving forward for more than 30 miles, the soil suddenly became soft. When he stepped on it, the soles of his feet completely sank into it and turned gray. At first, Yi Fan didn't care. However, after walking for thousands of feet, he felt that it was getting colder and colder. The yin qi here was extremely heavy, like the north wind blowing snow on his body. When he stepped on a hard object and made a cracking sound, Yi Fan suddenly understood what kind of place he had come to. The gray on the ground was not ordinary soil, but bone ashes. There were still bones that had not completely melted inside. The yin qi was emitted by these bone ashes. He was a cultivator, so he was not afraid. However, he had to think about how many human bones were needed to accumulate these bone ashes. Soon, he thought of the peerless god source in this dragon vein. When it was born, there were mountains of bones and rivers of blood. Was it caused by that horrible creature from more than 100,000 years ago? Those source gatherers in the past all rested here. After walking for a long time, there was still no end to the gray bone ashes. There was a thick layer of them in the ancient mine. Crack! After walking for hundreds of meters, the bone ashes finally disappeared. Instead, there were dry bones everywhere. They had long decayed. With a light step, they would turn into ashes. Under the power of time, nothing could last long. At this place, the ancient mine was like an ice house. The cold air was like a knife scraping people's skin. No wonder the demon bats live here. As recorded in the ancient books, they like to live on the edge of the great ominous place. Yi Fan was on high alert. He didn't want to lose his life in the ancient mine before entering the Purple Mountain. Woo! The chilly wind whistled, shadows were indistinct, and in this pile of bones, hazy ghostly figures appeared one after another. They were very faint. Is there really such a thing? Yi Fan was surprised. He raised the stone knife in his hand and walked forward resolutely. This 2-foot-long ancient knife seemed to have the power to repel evil spirits. Those shadows all retreated. Voila! From the pile of bones in front of him came the sound of iron chains. Yi Fan's heart chilled as he felt a cold and gloomy baleful aura. He stuck close to the wall of the mine and silently moved forward. His aura was completely concealed by the stone clothes, so not a single drop leaked out. Just over 1,000 feet away, there was a pitch-black hole in the rock wall of the mine, and the sound of iron chains swaying was coming from it. That hole was extremely deep, and the bone-piercing coldness made one's heart tremble. It turned into a tangible substance and seeped out. When it came into contact with one's skin, one would feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Yi Fan hurriedly put down the hood of the stone helmet, covering his eyes and face. In the depths of the black hole, there was an inaudible roar, accompanied by the sound of iron chains shaking, as if a ferocious creature had been locked up. One could clearly see that there were many ghostly shadows among the pile of bones. Following the roar, they shattered and turned into Yin-Chi, which was then swallowed into the black hole. What is this thing? Yi Fan frowned. It was definitely not a good thing. It was probably a super ferocious creature. One had to know that many source gatherers and cultivators had died here more than 100,000 years ago. Blood flowed like rivers, and after so many years, it was normal for a ferocious spirit to be born. Who cares what it is as long as it doesn't block my way? He secretly estimated and felt that the ferocious creature wouldn't rush out. He carefully circled around it and continued walking into the depths of the mine. Perhaps this stone robe really does have some strange effects. I can't let anything dirty touch me. After a long distance, the pile of bones finally disappeared. The inside of the ancient mine was very dry, and there was nothing left. Yi Fan estimated the distance and found that he was about 35 miles deep. He probably wasn't too far from the Purple Mountain. After walking for another 4 or 5 miles, there was actually a flickering light in front of him. It was very gentle. This surprised Yi Fan. He had just walked past the pile of bones. In his opinion, he must have entered a place of great danger and would be even more dangerous. However, just a few miles away, there was a strong spiritual chi blowing over, making people feel peaceful. I just walked out of the pile of corpses, and a pure land appeared? The cry of a crane came from ahead. This was not an illusion, because he had really seen it. After walking for a few miles, a bright world appeared in front of him. The ancient mine was no longer dark. Soft light flowed, and it was peaceful and holy. This is the aura of Source. Although it was bright, he couldn't see very far. The flowing mist blocked people's sight. Yi Fan was a little dazed. The mist was formed after the Source was dissolved, and it was the vigorous essence of life. The essence of the spiritual Source is overflowing. There must be a large amount of Source here. Yi Fan searched but found nothing. Origin chi fluttered, and colorful lights flowed. A crane spread its wings and soared in the ancient mine as if it didn't see him. This is... Yi Fan was quite surprised. Roar! Then he saw an earth dragon with a lizard body and dragon scales. It crawled by not far away, and its huge body looked very heavy. Then, a flock of fiery red birds flew by, flapping their wings, causing the air to surge violently. How can there be creatures? He was wearing a stone coat, so these creatures didn't feel his aura. He stood in the field in a daze. According to Yi Fan's understanding, this was a dead land, and there couldn't be anything here, but he couldn't understand it. Origin Chi. It's formed by Origin Chi. Yi Fan was suddenly shocked and said, there can't be such a creature underground. There is a source of God here. He thought of the legends he had heard in the stone village. Some source of God would turn into all kinds of strange creatures after it was leaked, running and roaring in the surroundings. He was suddenly excited. If he could find the source of God, it would be a great harvest. It was a treasure that even the Holy Land would fight for, and they would not hesitate to fall out with. Yi Fan held the stone knife in his hand, stood in front of him, and searched in the dense spirit chi. Crack! The sound of bones cracking came from under his feet. He frowned. There were so many bones in such a peaceful place. Hey, this is... Yi Fan was shocked. These bones couldn't have been left behind hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were very hard and had a flowing luster. He squatted down in the fog and carefully observed. He saw more than a dozen skeletons one after another. Some of the skeletons were thousands of years old, while some seemed to be only a few hundred years old. It seems that people have mistakenly entered this place over the years. Yi Fan was shocked. These people had died here. This peaceful place was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Cranes, earth dragons, fiery red birds, and other creatures were circling and running everywhere. In addition, Yi Fan found many huge pits, full of fossils and skeletons, all of which belonged to some strange primordial creatures. He felt that this place was very strange. He slowly moved forward in the ancient mine. After walking for more than a mile, he finally came to the place where the spirit chi was the densest. In addition, he felt a terrible killing intent here, and his heart was palpitating. Just in front of him, there were two bottomless holes. One was filled with spirit chi, and Genesis chi was constantly rolling up, while the other was filled with a murderous aura. It was even more terrifying than the sharpest sword light, making people's hearts tremble. The two were very close to each other, and around them, there was silence. Yin-yang eyes. Yi Fan was really surprised. These two black holes were very similar to the yin-yang eyes in the Taiji diagram. If a circle was drawn around them, it would simply be a natural Taiji diagram. In fact, they were indeed operating like this. The hole that spewed Genesis chi was surrounded by bones and fossils, and the murderous aura was dense. The hole that shot out the murderous aura was surrounded by shining brilliance, and origin stones were everywhere. Carrying yin to embrace yang, carrying yang to embrace yin. This was completely a natural Taiji diagram, not artificially carved. This was the mighty power of nature. It contains the divine power of the Great Path. Yi Fan's heart trembled. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master of the Zhang family had repeatedly stressed that the general trend of this place could not be changed. One could know the general trend by looking at a spot, and one could know the coldness of winter by looking at the ice under the eaves. Before entering the Purple Mountain, he had already seen such a landscape. One could imagine the horror of this place. It was indeed a natural Taiji diagram. Genesis chi and murderous aura flowed together, cutting off the front. In front of this natural Taiji diagram, Yi Fan saw many dry bones. He had to squat down to carefully observe them. If the ancestor of the Zhang family had died here, there was no need for him to continue forward. There were more than 20 dry bones in total. Judging from their bones, they had existed for thousands to tens of thousands of years, and all of them were pierced by the sword chi. Yi Fan picked up a dry bone and threw it at the natural Taiji diagram. Chi! Genesis chi and murderous aura flowed, forming thousands of sword chi. The dry bone was instantly turned into ashes. He used his divine power and tried to break the surrounding walls to find another way out. However, the god diagram had a spirit. Sword chi crisscrossed and slashed at it. The supreme power formed by nature made Yi Fan's heart turn cold. With such a god diagram blocking his way, how could he get past? It was simply invincible. Yi Fan carefully examined the bones on the ground. They should have been experts, but none of them could get past. They were all pierced and killed here. One of the bones even had specks of silver light. The bone structure was very special. It was obvious that it was a top expert, but it still couldn't escape the fate of death. Yi Fan searched carefully and found many broken weapons. He even found a jade pendant in front of a delicate skeleton. The two words "Jade Pool" were carved on it. This made his heart skip a beat. He searched carefully, but there were no other relics, let alone the Jade Pool mantra that he needed. How do I get past? According to Yi Fan's knowledge, the ancestor of the Zhang family 1,000 years ago didn't have a very high cultivation level. He couldn't have gone far. Where he can reach, I should be able to reach too. Did he shatter here, or did he enter inside? Yi Fan paced back and forth outside the Taiji diagram. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and gritted his teeth. He was ready to see if the cauldron could withstand such sword chi. Rumble! Suddenly, he found an unusual phenomenon. The Taiji diagram was sometimes completely shrouded in murderous aura, and sometimes completely shrouded in Genesis chi. It wasn't always yin and yang circulating. Occasionally, there would be solitary yin and solitary yang, forming a single pole. Such sword chi was even more terrifying. The terrifying waves made Yi Fan's heart turn cold. However, at this time, he found a trace of abnormality. Whenever there was a solitary yang, which was when the god source hole erupted alone, his stone clothes and stone saber would glow. Chapter 192. His heart skipped a beat. This was the old skin of the source of God. There was a subtle connection between the two. Maybe the sword chi formed by the source of God won't shatter the stone close. With this thought, Yi Fan immediately took action. When the solitary sun was formed, the source of God transformed into a shocking sword chi. He extended the stone knife. In an instant he felt a huge impact, like a raging river crashing against a wooden raft. The stone knife did not shatter, but it almost flew out of his hand. Yi Fan was tongue-tied, he sighed. The relationship between all living things is too mysterious. The sword energy formed by the peerless divine source is unstoppable, but it is harmless to the stone skin that wraps around it. Other than the Yuan Taoist master's lineage, no cultivator would know of such a restraining relationship. The divine diagram of nature, which even top cultivators could not do anything about, could be broken just like that. So, 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang clan really walked in. Yi Fan really hoped that the other party did not go too far. That way, he could have a chance to find him. His life was the most important. This was his bottom line. If there was real danger, he could only give up. He could fight for opportunities, but not his life. In front of the divine diagram of nature, there was a thick layer of bone dust. Who knew how many cultivators had been crushed here over the years? As for the dozens of skeletons behind him, the fact that they could be preserved was enough to show how powerful they were. They were definitely peerless cultivators. Even the sword chi in the Tai Chi diagram could not shatter them. I remember that many of the skeletons in the Bronze Divine Palace had a jade-like luster, and there is one here. Yi Fan turned around and looked at the silver skeleton. He could not calm down. That was definitely a peerless cultivator from the Eastern Barren Territory, but he died here. He was very shocked. Sometimes, just having great power is not enough. I need the right method. Yi Fan waited for half an hour until the solitary sun reappeared. He took off the stone clothes and tried again. Finally, he was sure that he could pass. Below this place, there is a source of God. Unfortunately, it has formed the divine diagram of nature. I can't even dig it up. An hour later, Yi Fan adjusted himself to his peak state and prepared to cross the terrifying divine map. I wonder what kind of place lies behind this divine map. It should be at the bottom of the Purple Mountain, right? The instant the solitary sun rose, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. The exceptional sword chi was resplendent and shot from the extreme of Yang to the extreme of Yin, enveloping the entire divine diagram. Tens of thousands of sword rays shot out. However, when it came into contact with Shi, the sword chi turned into a ripple and did not penetrate it. The rock skin of the source of God really did have a spiritual nature. It emitted a gentle holy light and protected Yi Fan safely. Whoosh! He passed through the wave-like curtain of light and came to the other side. He crashed into the stone wall with a bang. At the end of the ancient mine, there was a purple stone wall blocking the way. Purple Mountain. Yi Fan knew that he had finally arrived at the bottom of the Purple Mountain. After looking around for a while, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. He took out the golden book and split open the purple boulder, walking deeper. He was surprised to find that as he moved forward, the tunnel behind him closed quickly. The Purple Mountain seemed to be alive, and the broken parts were quickly restored. Yi Fan felt something was wrong. He went back and soon rushed out again. It's not as bad as I thought. In the end, along the way, Yi Fan left many imprints of his divine sense as a mark. He continued to dig into the Purple Mountain and moved forward. Boom! After the last loud sound, his vision became hazy. In front of him, there were azure jade stairs and white jade doors. A magnificent building appeared. He finally arrived at his destination and entered the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan did not act rashly. He quietly sensed here and did not sense any fluctuations of life. Then he went up the stairs. This was a cave residence carved in the Purple Mountain. He walked up the azure jade stairs and entered the white jade door. It was very quiet, as cold as the Moon Palace. There are 9 dragon veins in total, which means there should be 9 entrances to the Purple Mountain. In addition, there must be a living primordial creature inside. The divine source recorded in the ancient mine should be here. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. That creature from hundreds of thousands of years ago was too terrifying and powerful. Only a great emperor could suppress it. This palace was empty. There was nothing left. It was all carved out of ancient jade. There was not a word left behind. Yi Fan took out the emperor jade he had obtained and hung it on his body like a jade pendant. It should not have any bad effects. The palaces and pavilions were all carved out of ancient jade. They could be called exquisite jade palaces. Yi Fan walked around but did not find anything strange. Finally, he saw more than 10 blood jade stairs at the end of this building. They led to a deep cave residence. This exquisite jade palace is just a door. This is the passage to the depths of the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan walked forward. After a short distance, he suddenly saw a line of words on the purple stone wall. Divine King Jiang Taishu entered the Demon Mountain by mistake and decided to take a look. Yi Fan was quite shocked. A divine king of the East Wilderness had actually been here and walked in. His surname is Jiang. He is most likely from the Jiang family of the remote antiquity. These words were written with great force and contained a kind of Tao realm. It made one feel as if the aura of a god was circulating, as if a god king was standing before them. This is probably a divine king of the East Wilderness. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He muttered to himself, otherwise he would not have been able to force his way through the naturally formed divine map with absolute strength. Yi Fan caressed the words with his hand and felt that they were carved at least 4,000 years ago. He took a few steps forward and saw another line of words. It was carved. Rogue cultivator Li Mu explored the Demon Mountain. Yi Fan was surprised. This line of words should be even older. Looking at the gray marks, it must have existed for at least 10,000 years. This is definitely a powerful rogue cultivator. 5 steps away, a line of delicate words was like a lotus in the water. It was fresh as if it was alive. Jade Lake Saintess Yang Yi is looking for Zhang Lin. She stayed before entering the Demon Mountain. Yi Fan was very surprised. Even the Jade Lake Saintess had been here before. Zhang Lin? Isn't the first ancestor of the Zhang family called Zhang Lin? Yi Fan was tongue-tied. The Yuan Taoist master had a good relationship with Jade Lake, and the Saintess was his confidant. Could it be the Jade Lake Saintess from 10,000 years ago? Yi Fan sighed in his heart. That Saintess traveled all over the northern region and finally disappeared. Unexpectedly, she came here. She was loyal to the Yuan Taoist master. What a pity! Yi Fan did not know what happened to the divine king Jiang Taishu and the rogue cultivator Gu Tianshu, but he was sure that the Saintess did not come out. Otherwise, she would not have disappeared. He said, "You built a cenotaph for Zhang Lin. Who built a tombstone for you?" After walking 40 or 50 steps forward, Yi Fan saw more than 30 lines of words. Some of them were very old and had disappeared in the East Wilderness for tens of thousands of years. Among them, the oldest line of words was even engraved with an age. After careful calculation, it was more than 70,000 years ago. Finally, Yi Fan saw a line of words that were not deeply engraved. It was obvious that the person's cultivation was not strong enough to be compared to others. This kind of engraving can't be too old. Yi Fan looked at it carefully. It was clearly written, after the Yuan Taoist master Zhang Lin, Zhang Jie left it before entering Mount Emperor. Only he called this mountain Emperor Mountain. The others called it Devil Mountain. Yes, it's him. Yi Fan was sure that it was Zhang Weie's ancestor. This kind of engraving was about 1,000 years old. His cultivation is really not high. I hope he doesn't go too far. Otherwise, I can only retreat. Seeing that the words left by these people all contained Taoist connotation, Yi Fan knew that this place was more terrible than he had imagined. He had a feeling that these strong people did not come out alive. They all died inside. In these endless years, a total of 37 people have left their engravings here. After careful comparison, Yi Fan thought that the person named Gu Tianshu from 70,000 years ago was the most powerful, followed by the divine king Jiang Taishu from 4,000 years ago. Gu Tianshu's engravings have been left for 70,000 years, but the Taoist connotation is still lingering. I really don't know how terrifying he was. He was even stronger than the divine king. However, he was not so shocked because Crazy Ol was such a person. He had killed a divine king in the advanced level. The Peacock King said it himself, so it should not be false. The third strongest among them was Xianxia, the Jade Lake Saint. Those words seemed to have a life of their own, swaying like lotus flowers. The weakest was naturally Xianxia. He was an origin-seeking master. The others entered with their own strength, but he entered with his stone clothes. Xianxia, brother Zhang, don't go too far. Both of us came in through trickery. Hurry up and let me find you. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Many strong people called this place the Demon Mountain. He did not think that he could be stronger than them. The only thing that makes me feel at ease is that Brother Zhang's cultivation is really not that great. I'll be fine as long as I can be stronger than him. The Purple Cave residence had a complicated terrain. It looked like a natural cave, but it also looked like an ancient mine left behind from the excavation of the source vein. Inside the Purple Mountain, misty purple splendor flowed. It was not very dim, but it gave people a feeling of haziness. Yi Fan walked forward, passing by several abandoned mines. For some reason, he felt his heart palpitate more and more. Right in the depths of the Purple Mountain, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic power summoning him. He could not resist it and could not help but walk in a certain direction. How could this be? Yi Fan bit his lips to keep himself awake. At the same time, he activated the mysterious method recorded in the Taoist scripture. What on earth is inside this Purple Mountain? At that moment, Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients showed its extraordinariness. The green lotus in his body swayed, and the 3 leaves seemed to give birth to all things. They emitted a mysterious splendor that shrouded Yi Fan. At the same time, spots of light flowed on the stone clothes, showing its spirituality. The demonic summonings suddenly weakened. It's over. Brother Zhang from 1,000 years ago must have been summoned inside. It's going to be harder for me to find the tome of the origin of heaven. A bad feeling rose in Yi Fan's heart, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. That kind of demonic power, could it be emitted by a primordial creature? The Purple Cave residence had countless caves that were very irregular. Yi Fan almost got lost, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward for a while. He hoped that Xiangjia's strength was weak and that he could not go far. At that moment, the green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of sufferings appeared on its own for some reason. It accompanied him and shrouded him in a misty fog. It seems that I've entered a place of great evil. My body was stimulated, and this is why I reacted like this. Not long after, Yi Fan found 7 skeletons in a row. All of them shone with a jade-like luster. It was obvious that they were left by peerless powerhouses. Without exception, the cause of their deaths was the same. There were clear finger holes in their skulls. They were killed with a single blow, and their consciousness was shattered. This is... Yi Fan turned around and left. Over the endless years, a total of 37 people had entered this place. 7 of them had died here, and this was only the periphery. It was too dangerous. He came here to fight for opportunities, not to risk his life. Xiangjia's cultivation is low. Why haven't I seen his corpse? The bones with the jade-like luster can't be him. Suddenly, the demonic summoning power became stronger. Yi Fan quickly ran back. There's no need to run. You're safe for now. An abrupt voice rang in Yi Fan's ears, shocking him. Who are you? The voice came from another direction. It was not the demonic power in the depths of the Purple Mountain. It was extremely weak, as if it could die at any moment. Speak, or you? Yi Fan asked. Divine King, Jiang Taishu. The weak voice was almost inaudible. It was not coherent at all. However, in Yi Fan's ears, these 5 words were as deafening as heavenly thunder. A large success, Divine King. He was still alive. Chapter 193. Taishu referred to the appearance of the Tao. The Tao was grand and empty, and also referred to the Great Way. Using these 2 words as a name showed that he was indeed bold. If he had such strength, it would be even more awe-inspiring. Divine King Jiang Taishu. These 5 words were like thunder in the sky, shaking people's souls and leaving Yi Fan in a daze. He really couldn't believe that there was a living cultivator here, and an advanced divine king at that. For 1,000 years. He thought of the carvings on the outside. They were probably left 4,000 years ago. According to ancient records, after a divine king reached the advanced divine king level, he could live for thousands of years. His vitality was extremely long, and it was difficult for him to die. Yes, that's it. Yi Fan instantly understood. This was an advanced divine king, and he indeed had the ability to live for 4,000 years. After a divine body matured, he could live for a long time, enough to protect a family for thousands of years, and reach an extremely prosperous state. I met an Eastern Wilderness divine king. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. This was a true peerless figure. If the Jiang family knew that a member of their family was here, and an advanced divine king at that, they would definitely go crazy and use all their power to rescue him. This is really unbelievable. This showed how terrifying the Purple Mountain was. An Eastern Wilderness divine king was trapped here, suffering for so long and still unable to escape. You come here? The old voice was extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. Yi Fan found his direction, walked along the winding cave, and stopped after a dozen steps. He said, "Senior, where are you?" "I'm in front." Divine King Jiang Taishu responded weakly. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Yi Fan stood still and sent a telepathic message in the cave. However, there was only silence in the depths of the cave. There was no response for a long time. "Senior, what's wrong?" After an hour, the weak voice came again. "I'm like a lamp that's out of oil. I can't keep using telepathy." Even a powerful divine king would find it hard to endure after being trapped for 4,000 years. If it were any other cultivator, they would have already turned to dust and decayed for thousands of years. Divine King Jiang Taishu asked. "The Nirvana realm." Yi Fan thought for a while and answered truthfully. "You imitated the ancient sages and cultivated a single secret realm?" The Eastern Wilderness divine king asked. "I have only cultivated for 4 years. I don't know how to cultivate a single secret realm. Now I am only in the normal Nirvana realm." A heavy sigh rang out, seemingly filled with incomparable despair, as though all of the divine king's strength had been sucked away. He did not speak for a long time, not saying anything. "Senior, are you all right?" Yi Fan asked. After another hour, the other party seemed to have accumulated enough strength. He was extremely disappointed, and his voice was lonely and lifeless as he said, "You are too weak." Yi Fan didn't know how to respond. How could he compare to a god king who had reached the great perfection realm? Since ancient times, there were not many people who could not lower their heads. "Your cultivation is so weak. How did you get in?" Divine King Jiang Taishu was puzzled. "I was wearing a special stone robe and was lucky enough to walk in. 8,000 years ago. Just like that person, Senior, you have seen that person. Where did he go?" Yi Fan asked. He had come for the book of source of heavenly scripture. He had wanted to give up, but now he had hope again. "He died in the depths of the demonic mountain." Jiang Taishu's words were intermittent. It was difficult to have a formal conversation with him, and he had to wait for a while for every sentence. "Can I get there?" Yi Fan asked. "I don't know." The Eastern Wilderness divine king did not want to say more. Every sentence would burn a part of his energy, and every response was the briefest of words. During this process, Yi Fan looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The book of source of heavenly scripture was a rare and precious book, but the divine king of the Jiang family was a living ancient scripture, and he had mastered all kinds of supreme secret techniques. Used 4 years to cultivate to the Nirvana realm, not too fast or too slow. Divine King Jiang Taishu muttered to himself. Yi Fan thought of something and said, "In fact, if I can cultivate the most powerful heart technique, the time can be greatly shortened." The weak divine king did not respond. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and there was no more sound. This time, a full 6 hours passed before Jiang Taishu spoke again. He said, "Come forward. I'll teach you." These 6 words seemed to have sucked away the last of his strength, and he fell silent again after he finished speaking. Under normal circumstances, no one could stand it. It was easy to lose one's patience and only speak after such a long time. However, Yi Fan was very calm, and he waited patiently. He hesitated for a moment, and then strode forward. On the purple rocks, there were spots of hazy brilliance flowing. The inside of the purple mountain was not dark, but it was not bright either. At best, it was only hazy. The ground was very uneven and full of potholes. Yi Fan walked along the winding passage from an abandoned cave to another ancient mine. On the rock walls of the ancient mine, many stone bones were faintly discernible, and it was a shocking sight. Yes, many fossils of creatures from the primordial age had merged with the purple mountain. Yi Fan walked 1,000 feet in the ancient mine and came to the end. In front of him, a purple wall was very smooth, like crystal jade, and it was so bright that one could see one's reflection. This place was spacious and empty. It was completely silent, and he was the only one standing there. "Senior, are you here?" Yi Fan searched but didn't find anything. In front of him, the purple jade wall was bright and clean, and it clearly reflected his figure. However, at this moment he felt a chill down his spine. In the purple jade wall, there was not only his figure, but also another tall and ferocious figure, with a single horn between its eyebrows, 6 arms under its shoulders, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered with fine scales. Yi Fan felt a chill on his scalp. He quickly dodged and then turned around to look. However, there was nothing behind him, and there was nothing. Under normal circumstances, you can't see it. The old voice of the Divine King came from the rock wall. Yi Fan turned around to look at the purple jade wall, and found that the humanoid creature was particularly ghastly and ferocious, with a wide mouth and sharp teeth, still standing behind him. Formless evil thoughts. Except for the jade wall, it can't reflect. Jiang Taishu said with difficulty. It took him a long time to finish saying a few dozen words, and Yi Fan had a preliminary understanding of it. This was the formless evil thoughts sent by the primordial creature, and it could automatically lock on to living beings. The only thing worth rejoicing was that the creature had not woken up yet. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was no stranger to this creature. Before entering the Purple Mountain, he had seen its figure in the stone carvings, piously kneeling by the source of God, and fiercely powerful when facing humans. "Senior, where are you?" "In the rock." Beside the purple jade wall at the end of the ancient mine, there was a rough rock wall, and Jiang Taishu's voice came from it. "I'll teach you one move, and see how your comprehension is." The voice of the Divine King of the Eastern Wilderness was getting weaker and weaker. Yi Fan calmed his mind and stood there for a full 4 hours. Suddenly, a withered figure appeared in the rock wall. Yes, through the rough rock wall, a shadow was clearly outlined, and its bones could be seen clearly. It was not much better than a skeleton. Its long hair was longer than its body, trailing behind its skinny body. It only made a strange posture, and then it fell on its back. Yi Fan was shocked. The reflection of the opponent through the wall was not the real body, but it made him feel a sense of Tao. At the same time, a very short mnemonic formula was transmitted into his heart, which was difficult and profound. The withered figure in the rock wall had long disappeared, and it was rough and uneven. Yi Fan stepped back dozens of feet, holding the Bodhi bead in his hand, silently experiencing this strange posture, and then seriously comprehending and cultivating it. In just a short moment, Yi Fan's attention was completely drawn to it. This was an extremely terrifying attack technique, its power strangely great. It was not limited to fists and fingers, nor was it limited to leg techniques. It could attack anywhere on the body, and every inch of skin could burst out terrible power. What kind of secret method is this? Yi Fan was shocked. This method was very strange, but extremely horrifying. His body was as hard as divine iron, and if he cultivated this method, it would be even more horrifying. This attack method was too suitable for him. However, this seemed to be just a starting posture and not complete. Even so, Yi Fan had a glimpse of its mystery, and the subsequent development would definitely be earth-shattering. The starting posture is already so horrifying. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that this must be a supreme secret method. In the next few days, he cultivated diligently, silently comprehending, and found it more and more profound. Is this the precious secret method recorded in the Jiang family's ancient scriptures? Yi Fan felt that this secret method must have a great origin. He was seriously lacking in offensive methods. Although he cultivated 3 supreme secret methods, one of the 9 secrets, Crazy Ol's footwork, and the Great Void technique, they were not good at attacking, and this secret method just happened to make up for his current shortcomings. As for the Grand Palm of Void, he only had an incomplete form, and it was difficult for him to exert its true power. While comprehending the starting posture of this secret method, Yi Fan was surprised to find that another secret method in his body was running on its own. He was wild with joy. One of the 9 secrets obtained in the Taishan Humble Peak could increase one's combat strength by 10 times, and now it was running on its own. He suddenly thought that what Jiang Taishu taught him was not the Jiang family's ancient scriptures, but one of the 9 secrets. It was said that when these 9 secret methods were used together, they would promote each other, become smoother, and their power would soar. What he taught me was the starting posture. If I get the complete secret method, how strong will my attack be? The power of the 9 secrets was so strong that it was said to have aroused the jealousy of the heavens. Countless years ago, it was broken up and scattered all over the world. Since then, it had never been gathered again, and some had been completely lost. Jiang Taishu, the Divine King, has mastered one of these secret methods, and it is an offensive method. Yi Fan was extremely excited. Although the mnemonic formula was profound, it was very short. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Yi Fan had studied it for 7 days straight, and had basically mastered the starting posture. However, the Divine King of the Eastern Wilderness seemed to have passed away, and there was no sound from him anymore. He tried to communicate with him several times, but there was no response. These days, Yi Fan felt a little uneasy. The demonic calling in the depths of the Purple Mountain was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if his body did not belong to him, and it wanted to answer the call. Chapter 194. For half a month, Divine King Jiang did not make a sound. It was as if he had passed away in a sitting position on the rock wall. Yi Fan had fully comprehended the starting gesture and found it more and more mysterious. The power of the attack shocked him. He vaguely felt that if it was a complete secret method, its power would be above the giant palm of void. This was a supreme attack technique, the Battle Saint technique. On the 17th day, Divine King Jiang Taishu woke up and said in a weak voice, "Have you comprehended it? Senior, you are finally awake." Yi Fan let out a long sigh. His opponent was not in a good state and could die at any time. He said, "I have mastered the first step." Jiang Taishu wanted to see the result. Yi Fan did not hold back. His body moved with the magical method and he made the starting gesture. At this moment, he could not help but feel a strong desire to fight through the sky. All this was because of this supreme secret method. It changed people's temperament as if they were possessed by the god of war. A strong force suddenly surged out. "Very good," Jiang Taishu said with satisfaction when he saw that Yi Fan was able to hold back this horrible attack. "Senior, what can I do to help you?" He felt that Jiang Taishu must have something to ask of him when he taught him the secret method. Jiang Taishu seemed regretful and said, "You are too weak." Yi Fan did not say anything and quietly waited for the other to speak. Swish. On the rough rock wall, a withered figure appeared again. Its ribs were everywhere, and its legs were as thin as firewood. It was a shadow without any flesh or blood. The shadow continued to make various gestures, and at the same time, a pithy formula was transmitted into Yi Fan's mind. The gestures were so fast that it was dazzling. Although there was no fluctuation of divine power, Yi Fan felt a terrible pressure. Jiang Taishu was really like a god. Even though it was only a shadow, countless halos appeared on the rock wall and enveloped him. At this moment, everything else was ignored. Even the demonic calling from the depths of the Purple Mountain seemed to have suddenly weakened to the extreme. Jiang Taishu's shadow reflected on the stone wall had an imposing aura of supremacy. This kind of battle intent made people tremble. He was simply the incarnation of a battle saint. This was the first time that Yi Fan was so surprised. He was completely shocked by this secret technique. If his spiritual sense wasn't strong enough, If he didn't have the Bodhi seed in his hand, he wouldn't have been able to fully grasp it. This kind of supreme secret technique was extremely complicated. The offensive technique was endless, and every inch of flesh and blood was the most powerful weapon. In the end, Jiang Taishu's body became slower and slower, and the complicated changes suddenly became simple. Thousands of changes became one, the Great Way was simplified, and all attacks were gathered in one technique. His withered body turned from complexity to simplicity. His entire being was like the great Tao had given birth to one, eternally unchanging, condensing there. All changes are methods, and the final convergence is the origin. Yi Fan looked at the frozen figure. His physical body actually felt like it was about to collapse. His soul was also not stable, as though it was about to dissipate. This is too terrible. He didn't spit out his divine power, but only showed his form. It's already unbearable. It's really the battle saint technique. I'm afraid it's difficult to find such an offensive technique in the world. This kind of supreme secret technique actually has only one move. Returning to the origin, it can develop all kinds of techniques. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand and felt it in his heart. Boom! The opponent seemed to have heard Yi Fan's thoughts. The rough stone wall shook for a while, and the shadow fixed on it suddenly fell down. Yi Fan silently recited the formula of this secret technique in his heart. It was generally not long, but it was very difficult. Images emerged in front of his eyes, and Jiang Taishu's every move was replayed in his heart. The supreme secret technique of attack. Yi Fan used his body to make seals, and the changes were ever-changing. At first, he imitated Jiang Taishu, but in the end he slowly grasped the essence, and only developed the wonderful state of returning to the origin. After grasping its essence, the form would appear on its own, and it could transform into thousands of forms. After grasping the essence, all other forms could appear. Yi Fan was in a wonderful state. 10 days had passed, and he had been immersed in it. His body moved like a dream. He was using his body to make seals. Not just hand seals, but every inch of his flesh and blood was a part of the Taoist seal. His whole person was like Taishu, like the appearance of the Taoist, and he wanted to show the invisible Great Way into a tangible form. Finally, his heart trembled, and an everlasting figure emerged. The ever-changing forms became one, and the only form was formed. One form summed up the whole secret technique. This was the battle saint technique. Only then did Yi Fan completely wake up. He suddenly understood that this secret technique was focused on killing, and had unparalleled offensive power, regardless of other aspects. It didn't mean that he had completely mastered this secret technique, but he understood its essence, knew how to cultivate it, and how to improve it. The divine king of a generation personally evolved it, which was a great help to him. He saw the origin of the secret technique, grasped its essence, and firmly imprinted the form of unity. Sooner or later he could fully master it and derive his own means of attack. The 9 secrets were mysterious and powerful, and each secret technique was earth-shattering. The secret technique obtained in Taishan Humble Peak could superimpose combat power 10 times, which could be regarded as an unparalleled technique. If it was exerted, any opponent would tremble. The secret technique passed down by Divine King Jiang had extremely terrifying attack power, and it was difficult to surpass it. Yi Fan thought that even the Grand Palm of the Void couldn't compare with it. In this way, the 9 secret techniques contained in the 9 secrets are probably the ultimate combination. If I can master them all, how powerful will I be? Yi Fan had been cultivating in the ancient mine for many days, but he still didn't see Divine King Jiang Taishu wake up. His heart sank, and he felt that Jiang Taishu might really be at the end of his rope. What did it mean to suffer for 4,000 years? On the other side of the starry sky, 2,000 years could be traced back to the Qin and Han dynasties. It was easy to say that 4,000 years had passed, but if one thought about it carefully, the world had turned into mulberry fields, and the years were long. Who knew how many dynasties had risen and fallen in the world? Yi Fan had been guarding against Divine King Jiang. After all, he had experienced too many dangers since he came to this world. At this moment, Divine King Jiang was silent. He could only sigh and silently bow to the rock wall. He had no time to waste. The Purple Mountain was full of unknowns. It was a place of great danger, and he couldn't stay for long. Yi Fan left the ancient mine and came to a vast cave residence. He hesitated for a while. Should he just leave? He was a little unwilling. He didn't get the Book of Source Heaven that he needed the most. In the depths of the Purple Mountain, the summoning power was getting stronger, which made him feel very uneasy. Why didn't the great emperor kill them hundreds of thousands of years ago? What did he want to do? Xianxia called this place Mount Emperor, and others called it Devil Mountain. Is there something else? After thinking for a while, Yi Fan didn't leave immediately. According to Jiang Taishu, the danger hadn't really arrived yet. Maybe he could go forward for a while. He decided to fight for the last time. He walked hundreds of meters into the depths of the Purple Mountain. The stone clothes on his body were overflowing with light. He suddenly thought of something. Was there a divine source? The cave was deep and led to an open ancient mine. Here, his stone clothes kept shining, and the stone knife and stone star plate were also flowing with light. This is such rich source qi. Yi Fan was shocked. There must be a lot of source qi in the depths of this ancient mine. The power of the demonic summoning was in another direction, not in this ancient mine. He walked forward boldly with confidence. This time, he walked for more than 2 kilometers before he reached the depths of the mine. Specks of light came from the front, and a holy aura greeted him. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He actually saw a beautiful woman. She was like a lotus out of the water, flawless and elegant. In front of him, there was a huge source qi. It was 2 meters high, and it was sealed in it. It was shining brightly. The woman's beautiful eyes were closed, and she was motionless. She was like a sleeping beauty, extremely serene. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. The creature sealed in the source qi was actually seen like this. It really made him uneasy. The first thing he thought of was to retreat. He wanted to leave this place before the other party woke up. However, why didn't he feel any dangerous fluctuations? The powerful demonic power came from the depths of the Purple Mountain. It didn't come from here. Yi Fan adjusted his body to the best state. He was ready to take out the myriad qi cauldron at any time. 2 of the 9 secrets divine techniques were also activated. He looked at the jade body in the huge source qi. The first thing he stared at was the slender jade hand. He would never forget the stone carvings he saw in the mine. More than 100,000 years ago, when the great emperor suppressed the immemorial creature, a slender jade hand stretched out from the divine source qi. It was very gentle and beautiful. It's too similar. This jade hand, every finger is crystal clear, like a spring onion. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Am I so unlucky to see her all of a sudden? Yi Fan slowly stepped back. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. It should be known that even the great emperor used an extreme weapon to suppress the divine source qi. One could imagine how terrifying the creature in it was. Yi Fan took a dozen steps back, but the divine source qi was still silent. There was no reaction, and the woman was motionless. No, as powerful as she is, how can there be no fluctuations? He was full of puzzlement. In the ancient mine, the source qi was surging. It was very peaceful, without the slightest evil spirit or killing intent. This doesn't look like an immemorial creature. Why is it the same as a human? Yi Fan was surprised. The woman in the source qi didn't have the characteristics of a monster. She was a great beauty that could topple a city. Was she sealed by the great emperor more than 100,000 years ago? By now, Yi Fan was no longer afraid. He was so close to the divine source qi. If the other party was aware, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. If the other party was unaware, then it was very likely that his great opportunity had arrived. Such a large piece of source qi was definitely priceless and rarely seen in the world. Yi Fan stopped retreating. Instead, he walked forward and came closer to take a closer look. Colorful mist surged, and Genesis qi overflowed. The huge source qi was hazy around it. He muttered to himself, "This doesn't look like the legendary divine source qi." Crack! Yi Fan wasn't surprised to step on a bone knife. What really made his expression change was that there was a humanoid creature lying beside the huge source qi. Damn it, I won the lottery. Yi Fan's heart pounded. This was definitely an immemorial creature. Its body was covered in silver scales, and it had wings on its back. There was a horn between its eyebrows, and it had 6 arms. Chapter 195. The creature's body was covered in silver scales. It lay there motionlessly. Its body was more than 2 meters long, and its muscles bulged with power. It's already dead. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He flipped it over with the stone knife so that its face was facing up. It was similar to a human's. If not for the fine scales, this creature could be called a handsome man. There was definitely more than one such creature in the Purple Mountain. That was because the formless evil thoughts gathered around him looked like this. At least one of them was still alive. Yi Fan found a broken stone tablet under the silver creature. The broken pieces were pieced together to form the words, "Those who move without permission will die." The rest was indistinguishable. He was alarmed. This was human handwriting. The ancient creature died because of it. What did it move without permission? Was it the source in front of him? Upon closer inspection, he found that the 6-armed creature had indeed struggled back from the source block and died a violent death in the end. The source block can be fatal, Source Chi flowed. The place was peaceful. Yi Fan stood up and sized up the giant source block. It was 2 meters tall and probably weighed thousands of kilograms. Although this source block was colorful, it was not a divine source. It was just a very pure treasure source. However, this size was definitely rare in the world. No, the stone clothes on my body are glowing. As he approached the source block, the armor on his body flickered continuously. Yi Fan walked around the origin block and found that there were quite a few cracks. There were specks of light inside, and they were extremely mysterious, like stars in the sky. There are fragments of the divine source inside. Yi Fan raised the stone knife in front of him. It immediately blossomed with auspicious light like a rare treasure knife. Yes, someone sealed the fragments of the divine source inside. He was shocked and carefully observed the woman inside the source block. She was very peaceful, as if she had fallen into an eternal sleep. Yi Fan sighed. This should be a corpse that had lost its vitality long ago. Although it was vivid and lifelike, it could not hide the fact that life had passed away. The woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that the moon and flowers would blush. Unfortunately, it was all in the past. Suddenly, Yi Fan saw a jade pendant that was also sealed in the source block. It was half hidden by the skirt and hard to see if one did not pay attention. Ancient creatures, also like this kind of jade ornament? He frowned. All the signs pointed to a human. Suddenly Yi Fan's heart shook. He saw something else in the source block. Among the fragments of the divine source block, there were several strands of red hair. Red hair. He shuddered. On the night of the Zhang family first ancestor disappearance, a red hair whirled on the ground. The strange creature roared for a long time. The child that accompanied Heavenly Master Origin was scared silly. At that time, he saw one of first ancestor's hands covered in red hair. Thinking of this, Yi Fan shivered. When he had entered the Purple Mountain, he had seen the carvings left behind by the strong people. There were not many names belonging to women. When he thought of this, Yi Fan shuddered. When he entered Mount Purple, he saw the marks left behind by the strong people. There were not many female names. Yi Fan didn't act rashly. He took a few steps back and carefully searched through this ancient mine, wishing to find some clues. Very soon, he found some words on the wall. Xianxia paid his respects. 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang family came here. Yi Fan's heart lit up. He felt that he wasn't far from the heavenly book of source. The ancient creatures had all died here, but Yi Fan didn't touch this source block. Many thoughts popped up in his mind. The fate of the Yuan Taoist master. When he thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If I become the Yuan Taoist master, will an inauspicious event happen in my later years? Yi Fan had walked very far, but this shadow still lingered in his heart. The summoning of the demonic nature was sometimes weak and sometimes strong. Yi Fan walked for more than a mile in the Purple Mountain and finally made a big discovery. He saw a broken stone pendant that was exactly the same as the one he had on him. At the same time, Light flowed around Yi Fan's body. The stone knife shone brightly, and the astrolabe was dazzling. Silently, a group of people walked out of an abandoned mine, neat and tidy, not disorderly at all. They were sinister people and sinister horses. They were cold as if they had walked out of the netherworld. So many of these things have formed. Like ghosts, they quickly surrounded him, silently surrounding him. Everyone's faces were pale and bloodless. There were no signs of life. There was only a strange flow of energy. Ever since he knew how to cultivate, Yi Fan had seriously pondered about the so-called ghosts. He felt that they were temporarily formed by the field energy of people after they died. After a long time, they would naturally disappear. Too many people died here hundreds of thousands of years ago. I'm afraid there will be many of these things. Yi Fan wasn't worried. He wasn't afraid of these things. As long as they weren't ancient creatures, everything was fine. Poof! He waved the stone knife, and the sinister people and horses that surrounded him quickly dispersed. The stone skin of the source block was indeed a natural antidote to evil. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream rang out. In this lonely purple mountain, it was especially frightening. Anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. Not far away, a shadow rushed over like a ghost. It was a woman with disheveled hair. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and was heading straight for Yi Fan. Clang! The woman knocked away the stone knife with great force. She is... He was shocked to find that the woman's body was very solid, as if she had a physical body. Why is there everything in the Purple Mountain? This woman had been nourished by the Yin energy in the Purple Mountain and had grown to a certain level. Chi! Yi Fan took out a 5-colored flame from the cauldron and flicked it out. In an instant, she screamed miserably and turned into ashes on the spot. He strode forward and entered the abandoned mine. A bone-piercing chill rushed over. This was an ice cellar with ice everywhere. Senior Xianxia, you won't die here, will you? Not long after entering, Yi Fan's scalp went numb. This mine was connected to the Yin vein. In the deepest part, he saw densely packed sinister people and horses wriggling. There were no skeletons, which meant that Xianxia had not died here. Yi Fan directly took out the cauldron and shot out the 5-colored flame to burn all the sinister people and horses. These otherworldly items were clearly not mature and had a limited time to form. However, he was very uneasy. Many people had died here more than 100,000 years ago. There might be many sinister people in the depths of the Purple Mountain who had taken shape for many years. With this connection, he felt that things were not good. Other than the primordial creatures, there might be other ghosts. Yi Fan moved forward for another li and saw a broken stone knife and a shattered astrolabe. Senior Xianxia, your cultivation level is not high. How did you go so far? He complained in his heart. Suddenly, the green lotus in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation trembled and propped up a green screen of light outside his body. What's there? He felt something behind him and quickly turned around. In an ancient mine dozens of meters away, a colossal creature was staring at him coldly. Its lower body was that of a snake, as thick as a water tank and dozens of meters long. Its upper body was that of a human with black fur half a foot long. Its arms were very long and its palms were covered in black fur. Can you understand me? Yi Fan was on guard. Boom. This unknown creature rushed over and grabbed Yi Fan's throat with its hands like pincers. Its strength was so great that it felt like a mountain was about to crush him. Yi Fan dodged to the side and slashed with the stone knife. Sparks flew everywhere as if he had slashed at iron and stone. In the distance, an evil wind surged and a mournful cry was heard. A strange bird rushed over. It had no feathers and was covered in scales. Unfortunately, its body was too big and could not spread its wings to fly. It could only run on the ground. Its huge body, which was more than 10 meters long, rushed through the cave, leaving behind a rumbling sound. Damn, a primordial creature. Yi Fan had seen the fossil of this creature in the mine. It did not attack the snake monster. The two creatures combined and chased after him. In the end, they were alarmed. The powerful killing intent surged like a tide and chased relentlessly. The power was so violent that it was frightening. Fortunately, It's not a pure humanoid creature. Yi Fan felt their killing intent. Through the killing intent, he understood a fact. The primordial creatures that were alarmed could not live for long. If they were not in the origin, they would soon decay. As long as the origin was broken, it would be useless even if they hid. It seems that only creatures that were accidentally sealed during the formation of the origin can survive until now. These two monsters were like two evil gods. Their killing intent was monstrous and they wanted to kill Yi Fan immediately. However, there were too many caves in the Purple Mountain. Some were very narrow, and it was very difficult for them to pass through, which seriously reduced their speed. Boom! A mountain-toppling power slammed towards Yi Fan. This kind of power was ridiculously strong and could practically split mountains and rivers. When he saw the creature behind him, his expression changed. The six-armed humanoid creature appeared. It was the existence that condensed the invisible evil intent beside him. Its whole body was shining with silver light, like a burning flame. Yi Fan had no choice but to take out the cauldron, put himself in it, and quickly rushed forward. Bang! The huge power was incomparable. The myriad chi cauldron was sent flying. It passed through more than 10 ancient mines, and the cave walls were like tofu. Roar! That long roar made people's hearts jump. Even in the cauldron, Yi Fan had a layer of goosebumps on his body. This monster was too strong. That terrifying attack just now was really unstoppable. If not for the myriad chi cauldron, he would have been smashed to pieces. I finally saw the horror of the primordial creatures. Yi Fan moved forward on the cauldron. He found that as he approached the center of the Purple Mountain, the demonic summoning became more and more intense. Bang! The silver creature caught up and sent out a palm from far away. The myriad chi cauldron buzzed and trembled, and once again, it passed through more than 10 ancient mines. At this time, the Purple Mountain was no longer calm. A few more mournful cries came out, and they were even more terrifying than the six-armed creature. Even though Yi Fan was hiding in the cauldron, his soul felt like it was about to collapse, which made his heart tremble. How can it be so strong? At the same time, in the deepest part of the Purple Mountain, the demonic summonings suddenly increased by 10 times. Even in the cauldron, Yi Fan wanted to rush in that direction. How can this be? An oppressive aura spread out, and the summoning power increased by several times. Now, Yi Fan found that he could not resist it anymore. He could not control his body, and he wanted to respond to the summoning. Dong! Suddenly, a long bell rang. It was like the sound of nature, and it calmed the restless Purple Mountain instantly. More than 100,000 years ago, when the great emperor suppressed the creature in the exceptional god source, the weapon he took out was a huge bell that was as tall as the sky. Yi Fan moved as soon as he heard the bell, and he rushed forward like lightning. The primordial creature behind him actually stopped and did not chase after him. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed into a spacious cauldron, which was like a huge hall. It was very vast, and this was where the bell had stopped. After careful observation, it was indeed a spacious hall, but it was so big that it was no different from a public square. A skeleton. He first found a human skeleton, and there was a silver book beside it, flickering with a cold luster. Chapter 196. It was a few hundred feet in radius, and it was as spacious as a square. It was dim, and a lone skeleton lay there quietly. There were shocking finger holes on its body. On the ground not far away, there were some broken stone clothes. They were tattered and had long since become unrecognizable. Xianxia! Yi Fan strode over. Yes, the stone fragments on the ground were made of the same material as the one on his body. They belonged to the old skin of the source of God. This skeleton had many fractures, and it had suffered such heavy injuries. For it to be able to survive until now showed that its life force was very long. The silver book beside it was indeed made of metal. It had 100 pages, and it was especially heavy when held in the hand. There were 3 ancient words carved on it: Source Heavenly Book. The strokes were strong, and the words were heavy, like 3 dragons crouching. It really is the Source Heavenly Book. Yi Fan was excited. He had entered the Purple Mountain to find it. He had wanted to give it up, but he did not expect to find it at such a critical juncture. In the northern region, for tens of thousands of years, source veins had almost dried up, and source was becoming more and more precious. Yi Fan's body was special, and he needed a large amount of source. In the past, it would have been very difficult. But now it was different. With this book, if he became the Yuan Taoist master, it would not be impossible to find a large amount of source, and it would not be impossible to find the source of God. Ha! He could not help but laugh. Every step he took required 10 times the source. The first tier of the Holy Ji Palace was already not something a small sect could bear. The astronomical number after that could almost make people breathless. Everything has a way to be solved. Yi Fan opened the source heavenly book, and rays of silver light shot out. They were colorful, like diamonds shining. This was indeed a treasure. Not to mention the contents, the material was rare and indestructible, similar to the golden paper on which the Taoist scriptures were recorded. This is a secret treasure. No wonder it could break open the Purple Mountain. It can be used even if one's cultivation is not high. Inside, the ancient words were like stars, shining brightly. This silver book was so attractive that one could not put it down at a glance. The opening chapter made it clear that this was not only a holy book to search for the source, but it also elaborated on the heaven, man, and heaven. Through the source, one could approach the Tao, and ultimately achieve the unity of heaven and man. If you look up, you can observe the heavens. If you look down, you can observe the laws on the earth. If you look at the writings of birds and beasts, you can observe the harmony of the earth. Internal chi sprouts, external chi takes shape, internal and external multiply. Chi will disperse with the wind, and stop with the water. The ancients gathered so that it would not disperse, and moved so that it would stop. Yi Fan continued to flip through the pages and saw such records one after another. This was indeed a broad and profound field of knowledge. He flipped backwards. The silver iron paper flowed with extraordinary splendor, causing his expression to become more and more serious. As expected of a wondrous book, the techniques inside were close to the Tao. It didn't talk about cultivation methods, but it was close to Tao methods, covering a wide range, paying particular attention to the situation of the mountains and rivers, the structure of the land, the changes in the sky, touching upon yin and yang, the 5 elements, and even more so the method of sensing the heavens. It was extremely profound, difficult to understand. Above corresponds to the celestial bodies, and below presents the map. Heaven and earth are born, and the line of divination is stable. Yi Fan finished reading and was silent for a moment. It was too complicated. This was a profound scripture that covered too many things. No wonder. Since ancient times, there have only been 5 Yuan Taoist masters. The Zhang family has such a wondrous book, and only the first ancestor managed to cultivate it. Yi Fan sighed. It was too difficult to become a Yuan Taoist master. The 100 pages of the Heavenly Book of Source were very profound, and it required a lot of effort to comprehend it. It was impossible to achieve it in one go. When he flipped to the second half, he was more and more astonished. Moving mountains and seas, sensing the constellations, becoming one with the heavens. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master could compete with the unparalleled practitioners of the sacred grounds. When he flipped to the last few pages, Yi Fan suddenly realized that there was a line of small words under every line. The font was different from the main text of the Heavenly Book of Source, as if it had been added by someone later on. There is no valley in the center of the valley, formless and shadowless, neither rebellious nor disobedient, unmoving in the lowly position, silent and unfailing. The valley is formed, but its form cannot be seen. This was a cultivation method, and it was definitely not the original scripture of the Heavenly Book of Source. He was very surprised. This was the art of 5 gods, which was the cultivation method of the Tao Palace. It was the secret of life nurturing. When Yi Fan first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Elder Wu Qingfeng had told him that many people wanted to reach the other shore for a longer life. Later on, he understood that the Tao Palace nurtured 5 gods. It was a secret technique to prolong life, and it was also the foundation of cultivating Tao power. This is clearly a life-nurturing technique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The few pages of scripture were very general, but it was enough to increase one's lifespan. The more he read, the more astonished he became. After reading a few pages of scripture, he was actually unable to extricate himself. This really is the cultivation method of the Tao Palace's secret realm, but it's not complete. It seems to be a high-level summary, but it is very profound. If I continue cultivating it, I should have extraordinary achievements. What kind of mystical technique was this? Its profoundness was no less than that of the Tao scripture. One look and one could tell that it was a supreme secret manual. Suddenly, a hazy thought appeared in his mind. Could this be the incomplete cultivation method of the Jade Lake? He felt that it was a certain possibility. Back then, the Jade Lake Virgin was Yuan Taoist Master Zhang Lin's confidant. After learning that he had gone missing in his later years, she disregarded her own life and entered the demonic mountain to search for him. One could imagine that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Perhaps this is really the case. The Jade Lake Virgin gave him part of the cultivation method to nurture and increase his lifespan. The silver heavenly book fruit was a secret treasure. Yi Fan put it into his body, and it actually floated side by side with the golden Tao scripture paper. One gold and one silver, they shone with a metallic luster, and it was very eye-catching. He dug a hole in the ground and buried Zhang Jie's corpse in it. He left a tombstone for him and bowed deeply, saying, "Rest in peace here." There was nothing in the spacious hall. Yi Fan searched for a long time, but he still could not find the ultimate weapon, the bell. It seems that the weapon of the great emperor is not so easy to obtain. Maybe it was left here to suppress something. He shook his head and gave up on the search. Now that he had obtained the heavenly book of source, he had nothing else to ask for. It was time to go back. However, once he left the hall, he was afraid that he would run into the primordial creatures again. The way back had been cut off. What should I do? Yi Fan frowned. The Purple Mountain was not a good place. If he stayed here for a long time, no one could predict what would happen. Even the powerful Eastern Baron Deity King had been trapped here for 4,000 years and was about to turn into dust. If he could not find a way out, he would not be able to last more than a few years. Yi Fan took out the cauldron and let it hang above his head. Strands of Shenhuang Mother Qi flowed down to protect his body. Then he walked out of the hall step by step. However, he had not gone far when an ear-piercing cry rang out. 7 or 8 primordial creatures appeared at the same time. They all looked sinister and different, and they surrounded him. Some were like birds, some were like crocodiles, and some were like humans. Their roars shook the ancient mines one after another. That 6-armed creature was not even the strongest. There were even more terrifying existences. It chased with large strides, causing the void to collapse. It took a step, and all directions were shaken. It was like an emperor. That creature looked like a human male, but he had 3 heads and 9 arms. He was wearing armor, and his purple hair danced in the wind. He actually cut through the void. This isn't a creature from the exceptional divine source. How can it be so powerful? Yi Fan was shaken. He could not estimate how terrifying such an existence was. Perhaps, in the mortal world, few human experts could suppress it. He rushed into the cauldron without hesitation and flew backward. A bone-chilling snort sounded. That purple-haired male was like a deity descending to the mortal world. He landed outside the hall, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean, frightening people's hearts. 3 heads and 9 arms moved at the same time, erupting with a stifling fluctuation. The surrounding ancient mines silently collapsed. The other primordial creatures were all trembling with fear. They retreated, and some even directly knelt down. Without a doubt, the purple-haired male was definitely a superior among the primordial creatures. The void around him split open, and 9 large hands reached into the hall. It was as if the unmovable Wisdom King had appeared, imprisoning everything. Yi Fan felt his own cauldron retreating. The other party was actually going to suck him out. That kind of terrifying pressure made him feel as if his soul was about to collapse. He shouted loudly in the cauldron. The Tao Scripture's mental cultivation method operated, and the 9 secrets were displayed. His body trembled like a war god. Divine power surged around him, stopping the myriad energy cauldron from retreating. Ding! The drawn-out bell rang. That purple-haired male with 3 heads and 9 arms let out a muffled groan. He glanced at the hall unwillingly, then took a step out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The terrifying fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate retreated like the tide. The other primordial creatures also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart trembled. That purple-haired male was too terrifying. His divine power was world-shaking. If he was released, he would definitely cause endless disasters. 3 heads and 9 arms, why does he feel like some deities? Such a thought emerged in his heart. However, there was no time to think too much at the moment. Finding a way to escape was the most important thing. This hall. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that the entire hall might very well be that big bell from back then, which was also the ultimate weapon of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's too big. How can I store it? Yi Fan tried, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was definitely the most powerful restriction set up here. Although the great emperor was no longer here, this big bell was still extremely powerful. It was as if a great divine power was circulating around it. Why are you wandering around? Suddenly, Divine King Jiang Taishu's voice came, still extremely weak. Senior, you're fine. That's great. Yi Fan heard his voice and was overjoyed. They have awakened. You can't leave. Jiang Taishu's divine consciousness was even weaker than before. However, the fact that he could find Yi Fan in the Purple Mountain showed how terrifying divine kings were. Senior, if we join forces, we can definitely break out. I have a divine spring here that can help you recover your divine power. If you came 10 years earlier, maybe? I still have a glimmer of hope. Divine King Jiang said intermittently that he was already at the end of his rope and had no way to escape this place. Even if Yi Fan picked the holy fruit for him, it would be useless because he couldn't get it. At the same time, Yi Fan received very bad news. Even if there were no primordial creatures, once one entered the Purple Mountain, it was almost impossible to leave. This was a dangerous place. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the great emperor used heaven-defying methods to turn this place into a world of its own. One could only enter but not leave. One of the 9 secrets. I've already spread it. No matter what, it hasn't been destroyed in my hands. Jiang Taishu said very weakly. Yi Fan instantly understood his intentions. In this world, only he knew this supreme secret technique. It wasn't an ancient scripture of the Jiang family. He wanted to find someone to pass it on to fulfill a wish. Senior, don't worry. If I get out, I will definitely inform the Jiang family to save you. But Jiang Taishu was very anxious. I'm about to die. I don't need anyone to die. Don't tell them about this place. What kind of place is this? Yi Fan asked. However, after Jiang Taishu said those words, there was no more sound. This place was covered in dense fog. Primordial creatures had entered the 9 dragon veins to protect the Purple Mountain. Each dragon vein had a peerless divine source. What kind of place was the Purple Mountain before the primordial age? The great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was someone who came later. What did he do here? Yi Fan sighed. To understand all of this, he would probably have to completely comprehend the heavenly book of source in order to know all of this. The way in had been cut off, and he couldn't leave. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and walked into the depths of the Purple Mountain. Not long after leaving the main hall, he felt a demonic summoning power. He almost left the ground and floated over. No wonder even the Divine King died here. This demonic power. Yi Fan's body trembled. He was completely unable to control himself. Even his soul wanted to leave his body. One could imagine that the Divine King of that generation had ruled the Eastern Barren territory. He was born with a proud and unyielding character. He must have wanted to find out the truth, but in the end, he couldn't. Is it the creature in the 9 divine source? Yi Fan couldn't stand the summoning power. He retreated. At this time, he suddenly discovered to his surprise that there was a huge stone book a mile away. Yes, it was very spacious in front. He could see a stone book standing on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 meters thick. There was an artifact on his body that was emitting a dazzling light. It was that jade pendant, the imperial jade he had obtained from Big Beard Chin. This is... Yi Fan walked forward step by step. He endured the danger of his soul dispersing and slowly approached the stone book. It was less than a mile away, but Yi Fan walked for a whole 6 hours. He left a line of deep footprints on the ground. Sweat flowed all over the ground, and all the bones in his body felt like they were cracking. His ears were buzzing, and his mind was a little muddled. The demonic summoning was unbearable, but he finally arrived in front of the stone book. It was finally better here. The demonic power had been weakened, and he was much more clear-headed. He sucked in a cold breath. Behind the stone book, there were vines everywhere. It was verdant and lush. Those ancient mines were full of plants, and the demonic power was emitted from them. I'm afraid I'll reach the center of the Purple Mountain in a few more miles. Yi Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, he realized that the imperial jade on his body was getting brighter and brighter, and the thick stone book was also emitting a gentle glow. Yi Fan walked closer and blew away the dust left behind by the passage of time. He saw 3 large words on it. Wuxia scripture. This is... His heart trembled. If it dared to use the word scripture, it was most likely a supreme divine book. He naturally associated it with the great emperor from more than 100,000 years ago. This was most likely an ancient scripture left behind by him. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the eastern wilderness. There was a supreme scripture here that had never appeared before. How could he not be excited? Why can't I open it? He forcefully flipped the ancient scripture, but found that it didn't move at all. The stone book was heavier than a mountain. The Wuxia scripture was like the root of heaven and earth. It couldn't be shaken or opened at all. He held the jade pendant in his hand, but it was useless. Other than the ancient scripture becoming hazy, there was no sign that it could be opened. Yes, this jade pendant is incomplete. Yi Fan was full of regret. If the ancient jade pendant was complete, he might be able to obtain a world-shaking ancient scripture. Wuxia scripture. Just the name makes it hard for me to calm down. What a pity I can't obtain it. He sat on the stone scripture and tried his best, but it was useless.